We good. Okay. So as I was saying, this is the process of how you can connect your MetaMask to a Lisk wallet. Okay. So outside there's always so many networks. There's the ETH network, there's the Linear network, there's the Polygon network. So for you to be able to add a Lisk network on your MetaMask, you have to switch a network. Okay. So I'll just give you on how the wallet looks. You'll see the amount that we have on that wallet. The public address that I was saying, it's the one that was saying it brings anonymity in blockchain. So you see, if I told you, if any person tells you, send me particular amount to this particular public address, what their name is, where they are, or anything. So that's where the anonymity comes in. So, and then the functions that happen in a wallet is you can buy and sell crypto, you can swap it, you can send someone some crypto, and you can also receive some crypto on your own wallet. So, okay, so let's move on. Adding a particular custom network, which is Lisk, into this particular one. So if I told you just go to your wallet right now, there's a Lisk one because I was trying to deploy some. In your MetaMask wallets, there won't be any Lisk network. So for you to do this, you can add a custom network. Okay. So and so are moving on with me on the Lisk docs connecting a wallet. You'll see the particular network name or the particular form that's there to be filled. It's the same as this. So if you lean for the mainnet, so for those people who don't understand, mainnet is whereby everyone can see whatever it's going on. But on testnet, this is where you play around and try to see contract is working, how is it working, and can it transact maybe a token transfers, or can it send crypto from one address to another. Okay, so this one that has HTTPS RPC API.list.com, it's for Lisk mainnet. But this one, which is down below, that has RP, it's for testnet. Okay, okay. Just a minute. I need to get my charger. My machine is going off. On your MetaMask side, it's asking you to fill in name, and we can just input it to be Lisk Sipulia testnet. And on the RPC side, you can see that there is the RPC link, which is https polia-lisk.com. So also with the people who have phones, you can do this. You can just install in your own phone. Just go to Play Store, install MetaMask, and you can do this with me, and then you can connect it later when you are home with your laptops. So the network name is Lisk Lipolia. The link for the RPC endpoint, it's that. Okay. Again, add a custom network. You add RPC, and then you can, it's optional to add the RPC name or not. You can add a URL only. And then we have the Lisk Sipolia testnet. And then we have the chain ID of 4202. Okay, and okay, we misspelled there. 4202, and then this it. And then you can, it's also optional to input the block explorer one. So it's best if at all you copy them, all of them, and then you'll be pasting them, because once you get out, you can, when you come again, you'll start afresh. Okay. Okay. The reason why you've seen it has not agreed, it's because this particular account is on mainnet. Okay, so if at all you are net, then you can only connect with LISC on the mainnet. If at all your account is on a test net, then you can only connect your LISC, you can add LISC on testnet. Okay, any questions back there? Are we doing the MetaMask adding wallet, or what are we doing? So it's added, and you can see now I have the LISC and I have the LISC Sipolia testnet. Okay, any questions there? Online people, any questions? Okay, so you just add custom network and fill in all this as it's said on the docs, and you're good to go. Okay, so if at all you find that you're on the, you can switch to the testnet side, and you can connect it on the testnet side. Because if I just click on this, then I'll be connected on the mainnet side. Click on the LISC Sipolia testnet, then I'll be connected on the testnet side. All the transactions that are happening, the transactions that have happened even 2 seconds ago. You can also see all the contracts that have been deployed on LISC, and you can do this using the block explorer. For it, you can find they have their own explorer, which is called EdScan. For Base, they also have theirs, and for other chains. But for LISC, ours is called, there is a LISC Sipolia testnet explorer, and there is a LISC Sipolia now for mainnet. So the one that I've opened right now, it's for Sipolia testnet. As you can see, currently it's showcasing everything that's happening on the LISC ecosystem. We have 13 million blocks that have already been mined. We have 6 wallet addresses that have been created. And on this side, you can see that we have transactions that have happened just 41 seconds ago. Okay, particular public address was sending to this particular public address a value of 0 ETH. Okay, so and if we come here on the side, we can see these the tokens that have been created or deployed on the LISC ecosystem, and you can see we have an ERC20 token with the names and the token addresses. We have LSK. So on LISC, our token is LSK. Bolt's tokens, it belongs to Socazim. Their token is which one? The one that you can use to interact the Socazim particular project. Okay, so keep in mind that one of the apps that you can use project is Socazim, Ionic, and the others. Okay. Also have a Web3 Lagos conference token. Yeah, so you can also go and check it out, and you can also press on one of the, you can see how they've developed their contract. So in blockchain, everything is very transparent, and there's no bit of whereby you want to say somebody has stolen my code, because everything is open. Okay, so what I advise you, if you have an idea right now, start building on it as fast as you can. Okay, because if at all you've thought about it, remember 1,000 people have thought about it already. So the only difference, it will make you in the market or the different cities. You've built it in your own strategy way, on your own vision goal, and another person has built it, and you'll always find a place on the market for your idea. See on this Web3 conference, they build NFT tokens, and you can see people who are minting this particular NFT token. So here in theory, you can see the token transfers, where these tokens were transferred from one public address to another. So they were transferring NFT tokens. For those who don't understand what an NFT is, it's an art form that's been deployed on the blockchain side, where people can go and art or create their own digital art. It's just not only any art that you can find. You have to make that art digital, because everything is online. Okay, so you can use Rarible, whereby you can go and sell your particular NFT there. And as you can see here in Rarible, you'll see other creative and also art enthusiasts. They have put their particular arts here. So if at all you want to get this particular NFT, then you mint it, and you can see it's priced at 0.698. Okay, and you can see this one is free, so you can also mint it. Okay, so you can go check it out. So let's go back to our Lisk Explorer, and you can see the token transfers that have been happening. Different NFTs have been transferred addresses, and here you can also see the contract of that particular token. So let's see what they see here. Their old code, if you want to go check it out, you can see they use the standard ERC 721, which is used for NFT token. Okay, so you can go check out this particular contract if you want to build an NFT contract, and you can also see they use the Open Zeppelin library. Okay, so we'll go through that in a few. Okay, so that's how you look. You can check your project after you've deployed. So the one thing that you've deployed is give me your contract address. If you give me your contract address, I'm going to just search it here. Like this particular person gave me their contract address, and here, and you can see their own particular contract address. I can check out the particular contract that they have. I can check out the amount of transactions that I've had, smart contract that they made. I can interact with that particular contract by reading the contract, by writing the contract. You can see the particular functions that are right in that particular contract. I can transfer ownership to that token to another person. I can renounce that ownership to that person. If it's belonging to a certain person, I can renounce that particular token to another person. I can also propose a share update. I can add a collaborator to that particular token. The share update after I've proposed the share update. So that's how people create their own contracts. And today we'll see on how we can build your NFT contract and deploy it using the various tools that are there on Lisk. Okay, so moving on. Yes. NFT. Okay, I'll have to confirm that for you and let you know. But all I know is there was an on August that we did have from the Lisk team, and people minted it. We have over 13K holders of that NFT. But for you, just not to give you a wrong figure, and you go find it out, it's another figure. Okay, should I ask you a question? Okay. Don't have any of that. Okay, let me ask you a question. I want you to send me 1,000 shillings, okay?
Yeah.
On your M-Pesa account, you only have less than only Kenyan shillings. And the transaction fees for sending 1,000 to another person will be like 65. So if you don't have that amount in your own, can I help you to transact that particular amount? Because as LISC, I can't give you burning fees for you to be able to mint that particular NFT.
Yeah, you just Fuliza is gonna like fill up the balance that's needed to for me to send the 1,000. Yeah. So
It's Fuliza, yes, but is Fuliza going to be paid even after that?
not really.
Fuliza is your money, because at the end of it all is you Fuliza. But when you input 200 in your M-Pesa account, let's say you have 0 bob, that 100 will go on to repay the 100 that you Fuliza do it.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So I'd say, not to be rude, but I'd say if at all you want to meet an NFT and you don't have the required amount to have that, the NFT, you don't have enough gas, you can always buy it and bridge it to become a LISC on the LISC network, and you can now get the amount you want to mint that particular NFT.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
I'll
Unless there's a chain out there who gives people fees to.
There's none, unfortunately. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can build a Fuliza for blockchain, right? This hackathon, we are motivating these problems that are surrounding the environment, and now build something that could be there.
Yeah, the issue is I don't think guys will want to pay back. I don't. Yeah.
But if at all, if people are paying for M-Pesa, I mean, they can pay for the crypto. You don't think?
Hey, people are going to run away, Bana.
How are they going to run away and you have their wallet addresses?
Even me, I want to run away once I...
I don't think that's a behavior I want to like motivate you to, but that's a personal decision, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any more question? Okay.
My notion on his side is like to build. You can use something like proof of history.
Proof of?
Proof of history.
Uh-huh.
To be able to build. Should I say the credits increase? Can use proof of history to be able now to almost, for lack of better words, to build a reputation on top of like this guy and all this has done these activities, so therefore the chances of them running away
are less.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use proof of history. You can use determine if this particular person is eligible for that particular overdraw. And then every time they deposit their particular any amount into that wallet they do, you can cut out that amount and, repay yourself.
Okay. I'll consider that. Thank you.
You can team up with him for this hackathon. Okay. Let's move on. So you can go to the contract side. You can, if for those people who want to have their own LISC node, you can just go to the docs and follow those instructions. I'm not going to go through that because I don't think any developer create a node for LISC in this competition. Okay, so we are moving on how now to build the smart contract data. Okay, so in LISC, you can deploy a smart contract using three tools. There's Foundry, there's Hardhat, there's Web.js. We have a scaffold LISC that you can be able to deploy it on a very faster way. Okay, so we are going to start with the scaffold LISC because everything is bundled. We'll come back to do the Foundry, the Hardhat, and the Web. Okay, so the scaffold LISC, we have a repo for that. It's called, it's under the account LISC HQ, and it's called scaffold LISC. So this is the particular repo. It has both the smart contract. So what you can do as developers is that you can just change the front end side, and for those who want to interact with the smart contract, you just change with this, and then you just use small commands to deploy and to run your own instance on the testnet. Okay. Okay. So keep on asking me questions. Do you want me guys to? Do you want me guys to go back with the swag? Keep on asking me questions. Motivation. So as you can see, the project is cloning, and we are back up and running. So if at all you want to enter into that project, just put scaffold list and then go. Use the code command to open on VS Code. Okay. Okay. So move with me on the presentation. So this particular project on the front-end side, it's built using YARN. YARN is a substitute for NPM. This is because YARN is simple and it's faster to build than NPM, and it's not going to eat up your machine. So on the packages side, you can see we have Hard Hat and Next.js. So the front-end is built using Next.js, and the smart contract is built using the Hard Hat. Okay, so if at all you want to do any changes on your own website, you just go here into, you see the footer, the header, the logo. For the people who do Next.js, it's looking almost like React, but also has a little bit of TypeScript. So you can maneuver through this. It's not a lot of jargon, I'd say. Okay, so let's remove these errors that you are seeing here. Okay. So you always, I'd advise always read the README. This is whereby you will see the information about what that particular project is all about, and if at all there's instructions on how you can start this particular project in your machine, they are always on the README. So on this particular project, you're supposed to have a node version of 18.17. 19 can do too, but if at all you are way less, you are node version using the node -v, and you find that you are on 10.8, switch it up you can always set it up. You can install Node 18. And also, always check on your machine if you have YARN. And Git is just for communicating with the GitHub, okay? So let's move on. So you can see that we have so many errors here. And why is that? It's because we don't have the node modules in our project. So we do yarn install to install all those node modules, packages, and dependencies in our project, so that these hero coins, vm.chains, they can be installed in our particular project. Okay, so it's going to install a little bit. Yeah. Is there anybody who's coding with me? I'd want to know. Okay. So for anybody who is a non-developer, VS Code is just the tool that developers use to code with. You can always install a node on your machine before you start this process of cloning it. And you also have to install yarn, and you also have to install Git, okay? So you can just go on YouTube, search an Next.js app so that you understand the structure of how website apps are made, or website sites are made. Yeah. So you just have to Google your way through around it. But if you have any error, don't hesitate to reach out to us, both on Lisk Kenya Telegram and on Discord under the Lisk channel. So it has installed, and we are good to go. And you can see currently most of the errors have gone, okay? So after that, we do yarn chain. This is the command that now instantiates the Earth environment on our project, okay? So if you can see what it produces is there are very many accounts which have public address as the first one, and private key as the second one. Okay, so I'm not going to show you a lot on that because there's private keys there, but you can always change, okay, because that's the ones that have been. Yes.
Front end, back end differently. What will you recommend?
Okay. So if at all you want to do everything different, sorry? Okay, ask the question again.
Okay, you have just talked about Next.js full stack, and that's mainly full stack, which is combined. But what if I want to create the front end and the back end separately? Maybe front end I do something like React. What about the back end? What would you recommend to be able to use on the back end? Is it Express.js? Is it like the combination of text that I can use now for the back end?
Okay, the backend doesn't change any much depending on how the developers do their own workings. So, but if at all you are asking me, the backend is still the backend. If at all you use PHP with maybe, I don't know, index, HTML, and JavaScript, that's okay. You can build your front end and your backend as much as how it is. But as, okay.
Does Lisk support? Does Lisk support? Does Lisk support? Thank you. Does Lisk support that? Like, let's say I'm not a PHP developer, but let's say somebody wants to use index and PHP. Now, what will they use? What Lisk module will they? I don't know if they're getting my question.
So what happens is, let's go to one site and explain it to you, okay? Let's go to Yellow Card, okay? So you see this particular website, it has company, products, or let's go to Morales, something that you can relate with.
I already have it. Hey.
So in this particular website, all you can see is all crypto data, and then product, chains, whatever, resources, and everything. Okay, so this particular website could be created using React. Okay, but once maybe you'd want to do, let's say, something like contact sales. Okay, this is just also front end. Also, this can be done using React. So I could say, yes, it supports. The only problem will be your smart contract, because understand that if at all you've finished your smart contract, you can get the ABI, and that ABI JSON file, then now you can use it to interact it with the front-end website of your own particular website, okay? But most of it, there won't be like a lot of back-end stuff for you to do, because if at all you want to store anything on Solidity, you can use IPFS. If you want to, so like give me another backend thing that you'd want to do, and then I'll guide you on the path. Because I feel most of the websites in Web3, the backend side is the smart contract side. That's the bit that's connecting your website with the smart contract. Because so there's no a lot of backend things. If at all you are thinking about session tokens and everything, you have the wallet for that. Yeah. So backend won't be so much as you might think it will be.
You started to get into something that I wanted to ask about, which is something that I've been really thinking about or really leaning on. Let's say now, for example, I'm creating a functionality or a Web3 decentralized application. This is now an example. I want to extend, let's say, 2G functionality through, please hear me out.
Okay.
2G functionality through, let's say, for example, Africa's Talking have their own Node.js, like they have their own modules, or Python or whatever it is, like they have their own modules. So that's a Web2 tech.
Yeah.
But now I want to be able now, let's say, for example, I just want to create from scratch the mapping from your ENS. You have a base name. When you have a base name, you connect it to your phone number. Something like that. You see, now that's almost, I'm trying to integrate 2G functionality. What would you recommend, or what would be the right way so that it can be able to, like, the architect?
Okay. So, I've not understood your question well, but I'll try.
Connecting USSD to the blockchain.
Connecting USSD to the blockchain.
How will you recommend going around that problem?
Okay. So it's good that we are on Moralis too, and you can see on we have APIs. Okay. So if at all you want to do like Africa's Talking on your particular website, okay, so you can do it, but it will all that will be on front end, okay? So if at all you want to have an endpoint calling now to the smart contract, what do you use? You use an RPC endpoint, whereby the RPC endpoint will now connect with your other endpoints on front end, whereby if the USSD is supposed to say get a wallet, what's supposed to do? It's supposed to use an RPC endpoint now to connect to the smart contract and tell the smart contract that this person needs a wallet. You get me? Yeah, okay. And you can also use Moralis too, and you can always try and use these functions. Like you can see, you can get wallet token balances, you can get token approvals, you can get details, you can get wallet domains, and you can use those two endpoints, Africa's Token and Moralis API. And with that, if at all you want to get a wallet history, the one that my friend here, you are trying to tell him, and you can use that connected to your smart contract. But how your front end connects to the smart contract is using maybe the ABI, and you can also use the RPC endpoints. Any other question?
Yeah, so I have two questions. First one is, can I ask this question?
Yeah, you can, please.
Okay, and then you're using YAN as the environment for that particular project.
Yeah.
I use NPM. What's going to be the difference if I choose NPM instead of YAN?
There isn't going to be such a huge difference, only that because the project is already built on YAN, it will be easier for you. You know why? Because when you use NPM, it will affect the scaffolding of the system, okay? But I'm not saying you with the scaffold list, that is the only way you can build with it, okay? Because when you move to Foundry, you'll see that we'll use NPM to install everything. So imagine this is a project that mtu amekupea akakwambia hii stuff inakufanyia kazi rahisi, okay? So all you need is just edit the website and the smart contracts, okay? Because already Hard Hat is installed in this particular particular project. Hard hat inainstaliwangwa na iko na kwanga pia na ma npms, okay? So already hizi vitu zote zishafanywa, okay? But you can try it out and you see if at all it's working. If at all it's working, then you'll be good to go.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's try it and see. npm chain, and it's saying you have to use npm run chain, okay? And it's still working the same. So yarn and npm, they don't have so much difference. It's only that it might bring some errors in your code and you're like, I'm stuck, okay? But it's more of the same because yarn and npm, they both come from Node. Yeah, so you don't have too much to worry about. It's only that I'm taking you through the fastest and the lightest part, okay? So whichever we choose, that's upon you. Okay, but if at all you find any errors, contact me, okay? So we were here on trying to, before we found those questions. Okay. So this is our repo. It's called Scaffold Lisk for those who have just joined in. Okay, so we've already gotten our accounts, which is has the private and the public key. So now we are going to deploy our particular project, okay? So we are going to do yarn deploy, or for my friend there who loves npm, you can do npm npm deploy, npm run deploy, yeah. So you can see that the contract that we did have, it has successfully compiled and it has successfully been deployed. So for those who are asking me what's a contract address, you can see here your contract and then this TX, and then now you can see this particular contract address. You can see it's deployed at this with an amount of gas, which is 53,274.3. Yesterday someone was asking me how much gas it needs to deploy a contract, but definitely the gas will always change depending on how you've structured your smart contract. If you're going to use different functions or different variables, definitely the gas is going to increase. Okay, if you use less variables with less memory, the gas will decrease. Okay. Okay, so any questions? Yes?
Like, is there, like, we can get the testnet, the fees, testnet fees that we are supposed to deploy with?
Yeah.
There is a way, but
okay.
there's a certain restriction that you are supposed to get it within 24 hours. What happens if you want to deploy, then you run out of time? Is there someone with more in Lisk ecosystem so that you can assist you with the token and the testnets, then you deploy yours?
Okay. So for now, in this hackathon, if at all you need any testnet tokens, or either on the Lisk Kenya Telegram or on the Discord, which has the Lisk channel for the Discord for Kiboko DAO, you can just put your public address and say, I need testnet for tokens in my wallet, and then we'll reimburse it to that particular public address. Alternatively, you can go to Discord. We have a Lisk Discord. Okay, so let me showcase it to you. Just a minute, because I have so many channels here. This Lisk, I'll share I'll also share this link with you. So you come here, there's different channels, there's community, and then there's developers. So on the dev chat, you can just here, you can just say, please, okay, award me with some testnet, and then Prisima from Lisk will give you some testnets. Okay, so you can use those two methods. Even for those on online, you can use those two methods.
I don't have the
Yeah, I'm going to share it with you. Also on both the Kiboko DAO's Discord channel for LISC and also for the LISC_Kenya Telegram group. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's move on. So you can see our contract is already deployed. So you can come here to the contract side and you can see the particular contracts that we have. We have a Buy Me Coffee contract, which is a struct called Memo, and it holds number of coffees, the username of the person you're buying the coffee, their Twitter handle, and the message you want to send them, and the timestamp that you bought them a coffee, and the user address of the person who bought them a coffee. Okay. So, and then you can see, this is what I was telling you, that you have to have a keyword called contract. You have to have a keyword called contract, and then you have a name for the contract, which is Buy Me a Coffee. Okay. And then you can see you have to have an address which represents the public owner, and then the price, and then the memos, which is a struct, which was a list holding the number of coffees, username, and the address. Okay. So, and then you see we have one event whereby we have the Buy Me a Coffee event, and we also have a new memo event. Okay. So, and then we have the owner, who is the sender, and he has to have a minimum price of, for buying a coffee, 0.018. Okay, and then now we have the functions for buying a coffee. So are we getting the difference between an event and a function? Yeah, so an event is something that's going to happen. A function is the one that, the process of that particular event, what's going to happen in that particular event. For example, we have an event here for Kiboko DAO, but what's the function? The function is moving from point 4th floor to 5th floor to take food. We also have a function of, I have to open my laptop and input some code. Yeah, so that's the difference. And also functions can have if statements, whereby if at all on these if statements you can see, if the message value is less than the price multiplied by the number of coffees, then it returns an insufficient funds. So in Solidity, we don't say return, we say revert. Okay. So if at all you've done JavaScript, Solidity will be very easy for you. And then the particular, then it emits a Buy Me a Coffee event with the message, the sender's message, and the value of the message. So these are the set of rules that I was talking about that you input into your contract to determine what will happen if a user maybe presses on this button, or what will happen if the user interacts with your own smart contracts. Okay. Okay. So you can also see there is a function for removing a memo, whereby the memo was a struct, which contains a number of coffees, a username and a Twitter handler, a message and a user address. So if at all you want to remove a memo, you have to have the index, which should be greater than the memo's length. So we could have like 10 memos, but the index that you're looking for could be less than the length of all the memos. So maybe you want to look for index 8, but the memos are 5. So that means, what will you receive? An invalid index, because that's already out of range. Okay. And we also have an if statement that's going to say if the operation has sent from the same user or the owner, then they are not allowed. Okay. So if at all you want to, if the owner wants to buy their own coffee, they can't buy their own coffee. So this Buy Me a Coffee is the one that you see on maybe Medium articles after either technical developers or writers, they've written an article, and there down there you see Buy Me a Coffee. So the person who has written the article cannot buy themselves that coffee. So it has to come from another person. And then this also function also showcases that if a person sends a coffee and it's the same user, then they can't send it again. Yeah, okay. So that's how a smart contract looks like, and that's how you can interact a smart contract on the scaffold list. You can check the deployed the deployed functions, and you can see the deploying function, all those they are there. And you can also check the scripts, and you can check them, they're just here. And you can see we have different choices for you to deploy. So if at all, let's just do something, just get the command from here. You want to deploy either on LISC network or another network. How do you go about it? You just input this command. Let me just clear this so that you can see. You use npm run deploy or yarn deploy -- network options. If we run this particular one and we want to deploy, you can see it will give you options of hard hat, local testnet, or we want to deploy to Optimism, to Zora, to LISC, to Base. You use either one you want, but for this case, we are going to use LISC Sepolia. So if you use LISC Sepolia, you just use the arrow buttons to go down and space to select. Okay, and then if you do that, it will just showcase us that there's nothing to compile because we had already compiled our code. Okay. Okay, so this is the first step. How is it? Is this easier? So we'll also go to other ways on how you can code and deploy your particular projects. On the smart contract, you can also write your tests. Please, for those who are participating on the hackathon, ensure your contracts have tests because we have to interact with the smart contracts and we'll have to see what your tests are going on with. So as you can see in this particular, we have a test that's looking for the deployment, if it has been deployed successfully, and if it has been deployed successfully, then we have the successful deployed. And for the other contract that we did have, your contract.sol, it has a contract called a greeting whereby you greet a person and it says how many times have you greeted them and it's from whom. So with this particular function, it also calls that particular contract called greeting, and it say every time this contract called greeting is deployed, you output building unstoppable apps. For the same reason why when we deployed, you saw that particular text was saying build unstoppable apps or buy me a coffee because we deployed that buy me a coffee contract. Yes, question?
From the contract code, I'm seeing most things are, for lack of better words, hard-coded. I can't see well. Is there a way in which, let's say, if I want to change, for example, this is also building on the question that I had asked yesterday, on, let's say, for example, I want to change a response, I want to change an error message, such that now instead of updating the contract just somewhere else or a database somewhere in which now I just change the error message, but I'm not changing the logic. The logic is in the contract, but let's say the error message, I'm just getting it, let's say, from beta web to database, beta JSON file, is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible. So what you do, just in normal layman's development code, you just write e.message, and then the message is connected from either a database or an API.
Oh, so, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you just write e-message error, we use a try-catch error, and you do error, and you have a parameter of error, and you use that parameter to also, when you say revert, you say revert e.message. That message might come from either the front-end side, you can connect it to be coming from the front-end side, or your storage side, maybe you
an
have...
administrator side.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Does that also mean that, let's say, building on the question on yesterday, when I want to change, now in case I see that one of the future problems might be that if I want to change the amount everybody will have to vote, I can just put it on a database that, let's say, or use something abstract, like let's say instead of 0.2, I do, let's say, 20%.
Yeah.
Like an abstract.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So what he has just done is called interoperability and simplified user experience. And it also makes your work easier for those who are wondering what. So instead of always typing and saying error, put this, you just automate everything on your code, and it just picks up from either an API endpoint or a database. Yeah. Okay. So we are done with one step, which is the scaffold list. We are going to the other one, which is the foundry one. Are you ready? Okay, let's move on. So we are going to refer back to our list.docs. And you can see, you can either deploy using Foundry, Ad Hat, or that web. So I'm going to use Foundry, and then we are going to start. So you have to install Foundry in your machine. So we are going to do it together so that you don't get lost. Okay, so install Foundry to your machine. All the commands, but they are there on the list docs. Okay, so if you use that command, it's going to install, and then you run Foundry app to run and install that particular Foundry. Okay, so you might have to start your terminal, then you run Foundry app, and you can see we have our Foundry running. Now it's installing our Foundry. Yeah. So who knows what's Foundry? Who knows what's Foundry? Anybody? Anybody? So it's just a tool that's used to develop, test, and debug smart contracts. It's just the same way as you guys use, what could I say, Tailwind for CSS, or you use React for front-end frameworks. So this is just a tool that you can use it to deploy or develop your smart contract, test it, and debug it. Okay. So Forge is the command line tool that is used with Foundry, and then we have Cast, that it's the command line tool that's used to perform RPC calls, and then Anvil. You remember in scaffold list we used the yarn chain, so Anvil is the yarn chain when you are using Foundry. So Anvil is the local test node that it's designed for testing contract behavior from a front end and over into an RPC on a local environment. So a local environment can be just your machine. Okay. Yeah. So I think it is installed. Oh, it's still installing. So if at all on the online people, if you're also installing with me, if you're facing any errors, don't hesitate to reach out to us in our chat there on the YouTube. Yeah, so you can see it's taking some time and not so much time, so be patient with it. Okay. Okay, so let's since we have now Foundry, we've installed it. Now we can create our own project using Foundry. So how do you do that? If you want your project to be either on documents, downloads, wherever you want it to be. So I'm going to use the same particular one that we've been using. And then you just do Forge init, and then the name of your smart contract. So what do you want our smart contract to be called today? Any suggestion? Any name? Give me any name. Sorry? Revival. You really like that name. So Revival, say contract. And then you can see it's installing all the libraries that are associated with Foundry. And now it has already installed. So you navigate to that particular contract project that you've made. And if you ls, you'll see we have the Foundry TML, we have the lib file. So let's open it on VS Code so that you guys can see it well. So yes, I trust the others. And then, as you can see, we have the git ignore, git modules, and we also have the readme. You can always go to the readme and try to understand all the functionalities there is, like Forge build for running your particular project, Forge test for running your particular contract test, Forge snapshot to get the snapshot of what has been happening on your contract, and so on. So you can also see we have the libraries, they are stored in there. And we also have the scripts, which is the contract scripts, depending on the contract that you've called. And on the source file, That's where you are going to see your contract. So when you install Foundry, it's going to give you a default contract, which for now it's a counter contract. Okay, so this particular contract, it just increases. It does a counter like 1, 2, 3, 4. You get. Then we have the test for that particular contract, and it sets the number to 0, and it's always checking if at all is the number increasing or is it decreasing. So if it's decreasing, then it fails. If it's increasing, then the test has passed. Okay, so let's build our particular project, and we see if at all it's working. So we can just do forge build. Okay. Forge build, and you can see it's compiling. So this is what this command is the one that you will use to compile your particular smart contract. Okay, so with Foundry and Hard Hat, we are going on the long way. Okay, but with the scaffold and Lisk, all this was done for you, so you wouldn't have done everything. Yeah. So forge build, you can see the compiler has run successful. Okay, so moving on to those who are also interested in building the smart contract, you can see that you can use, there are libraries that you can use to be able to add your functionalities in your contract. For example, if you want to launch a token or you want to create a token, you can use OpenZeppelin. Okay, so let me show you. Let's just open one of the OpenZeppelin accounts. So you can I can just write here Open Zeppelin. Okay. No. You can just write OpenZeppelin, and then you go to that particular website, and you can see the OpenZeppelin docs. Okay, so instead of you doing everything from scratch, okay, you can just come here, copy this particular token, and you can now start coding out from already built token that you're just changing functions, either the name of the token, the supply of the token, do you want the token to be transferred every time, like those functions. Okay, so how are we going to do that for our own project? So there is also a command that you can also use to be able to install the OpenZeppelin library on your contracts. So that, yes, okay, clear. We didn't copy. So it is forge install, and then the OpenZeppelin contracts. Okay, so we install it, and with that, if you install OpenZeppelin, it means that every contract that you try to build, you can access the ERC 20 contracts, you can access the ERC 7221 contracts, you can access the ERC 115 standard, which combines both the NFT and the FT tokens. Okay, so while it's installing, any questions? Ask me questions. I mean, do you know how to build a token? Do you know what a token is? Why should I have a token in my project? Ask me those kind of questions. Okay, I'll ask you. So why do you believe you can have a token on your own contract? Why do you think you'll want to have a token on your own contract? What is it going to help you with? Ownership? Another person? Okay. So listen to this. In case I imagine that I have an idea. I want to build a farmer's supply chain on blockchain. Okay. So currently, okay, a minute. So currently, the farmers, when they are at home, okay, or when they are in their farms and they want to sell their produce to the market, what happens is we have a broker, and that broker, with that particular broker, then they sell that particular produce to the market. Okay, so with the blockchain it's used to remove that particular middleman from that process. Why? So that can give both the farmer and the buyer ownership. Okay, so if at all a mango was selling for, let's say, 20 shillings, and then a middleman gets into that picture, it means that the buyer will be sold that particular orange for 40 shillings because the middleman wants to get profit, and the middleman also wants to get the least amount they can from the farmer. But if at all you remove the middleman from the problem, is we are going, the farmer and the buyer, they are going to sell to each other 20 shillings or 30 shillings, and the farmer will get their own high profit, and the buyer will get the orange at a very good market price. Okay? Okay. So, David, is the streaming line live on? Okay. So a minute. So anybody who knows how you can solve that particular problem, or who could explain to me how that particular contract can be built? So you in your idea, you've seen that the problem is the middleman, and you've seen the problem is also the farmer is not getting the money that they're supposed to get, and the buyer is also getting a very hiked price that they shouldn't be getting at the end of the day. So how does that go? Anybody? Yes, try.
Between the farmer and the buyer, I'll connect the farmer directly to the buyer by creating maybe a marketplace that displays the actual price of the item that farmer produces. Yes.
Okay. So you said there's going to be a marketplace, right?
Yes.
Also, on that marketplace, what will you use to transact with the farmer and the farmer and the buyer? Because they have to transact. I mean, how are they going to? How will the buyer pay the farmer? Because yes, there is a marketplace. It's showcasing all the products there is. There's mangoes, there's oranges, there's vegetables. So how will the buyer pay the farmer?
So I think it's upon me to maybe make a contract for the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that will allow the farmer to pay, that will allow the seller, the buyer to pay the farmer,
Mm-hmm.
and the farmer to receive the amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that's where the token comes in. Okay? So the token is built to do all the transactions that can happen in a blockchain smart contract. Okay? So what I will do is I'll create a token. I'll call it maybe mfarm token. And that particular mfarm token is, I will always tell the users that you will pay me using mfarm token. Now that token can be able to be withdrawn from a crypto, because it's a crypto token. Okay, let me present. It seems we lost the presentation. So, okay, just a minute and we're back online. Okay, so that particular token will be used to do all the transactions, okay? So if that token, we've said we are going to call it mfarm, okay? So you're going to tell your users that in your marketplace, you have oranges, and that mfarm is going to be, this orange is 0.01 mfarm. Instead of just a normal Web2 website whereby you will say, this particular address or this particular orange is 10 Kenyan shillings. But switch your mindset that now you are on the blockchain world. So you are going to use a particular currency, a particular way of paying that's acceptable on blockchain. Okay? So if at all you input all your marketplaces and you have your oranges and everything, and you say this is 0.01 token, this is 0.20 token, mfarm, like that. So the buyer will come into the marketplace and they will see, oh, this orange is 0.10 m farm. Okay, I have the 0.10 m farm on my wallet. Okay, so, and then they buy it or they mint it. Okay, so once they mint it, the buyer might be having Kenyan shillings in their own account or just their phone, because then they are going to a website thinking that they are going to buy oranges. They don't know, they shouldn't know that your particular project has blockchain, because they're just a normal kind of user. So how will that happen? Then it comes a place whereby now we have off-ramp and on-ramp, which is send and withdraw. Okay, so they have Kenyan shillings and the buyer wants to spend 0.01 m farm on your website. So what happens is, in your website, you're going to use some infrastructure apps. For example, we have Kotani Pay, which they do that. We also have Phone Bank, whereby they also use airtime. Maybe you can use airtime to transact it into crypto money. Okay. So on-ramping means that now on-ramping is sending. Okay. So it takes the Kenyan shillings, it exchanges it into it exchanges into the token. Okay, so you could find that 100 Kenyan shillings is equals to 0.1 m farm token. Okay, so if they transact it, now this is whereby your smart contract should do all this work. For the user, they are just going to click a button, and then on your smart contract you have a logic whereby it's said, if the user has inputted an amount, has on their wallet Kenyan shillings, so they're using a phone number, then on ramp this particular amount of Kenyan shillings to become a token. And then tell the user if at all they have sufficient funds to buy this particular orange or not. Now we get the idea? Now we get why the token is used in the blockchain market? Yeah. So what happens if at all that particular token or that particular, there's a dry season. There's a time where farmers have dry seasons, okay? And let's say the mango is not so much in the market. So that means that it's going to be high or less depending on where the oranges are being sold. So that is whereby you see that a token has a very high demand or a high supply. For example, with the people who did maybe meme coins or Reno, world coins, they came at a time whereby they said world coin imeisha iko kwa market. Why? Because the demand went down. But if the demand is high, then the token gets high and it rises up the market. So it's just the same mentality of a business, only that it's just another form of currency, I could say, but not the entire currency, but it's on blockchain. But it just undergoes the normal market switches that can happen. If at all a lot of people transact in your particular project and you have a lot of users who are using that particular marketplace, your token is going to have a high supply. It's also going to have a high amount of transaction. Same as Lisk. If you come here, you'll see that since the Lisk has been having a daily transactions of 48,35,000, then this might be considered a very high token because their token is called LSK. They also have a token because the same way you are able to deploy, you are able either to buy LSK tokens, you are able to swap LSK tokens, you are able to trade them when you go to Akina Binance or KX. They all use tokens. Okay, the same way you guys are happy about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin token is called BTC. You see, now without a token, you can't be able to do the transactions. So that's how a token includes into the matter. So how do you create that token? Okay, so we were doing the Open Zeppelin contract library, whereby it gives people an, I'll say, what could I use? The word is, it's an already, like you have a go ahead. Okay, you don't have to do all this. Let me show you. Oh, the screen is not showing. Glenn, David. Okay, thank you so much. So you can see that this particular one, it already has given you a go-ahead start because let me remind you, you can come just to this. There was one that we are creating. this revival one, and on the source file, you can just add a new file, and you can call it. Just a minute. And you can call it, let's say, what are we doing? Marketplace. Marketplace. Remember, always start with caps when you are trying to create a new file. Marketplace dot sol. Okay? You see, it's blank. It doesn't have anything. Now you have to do everything from scratch. Okay, but when you are using Open Zeppelin, it gives you a go-ahead whereby it already has the Solidity library already installed, version 0.80. You also have a contract already installed with the name GLD token and the standard ERC20. So after this, you just have to install other functions, and you are good to go. Okay. So let's do one of these contracts. You see, if we do it with Open Zeppelin, how it's going to be. Okay. So you see on the list docs, we are trying to create an NFT contract. Okay. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to create an NFT like this. This is one NFT. This is another NFT. So if at all you want to create these all NFTs, if we press mint now, you will see we are told that we are taken to another page, and if you read more, you are given a whole lot more information about that NFT, okay? And then it's just like a normal website. You want how many? Quantity, 1, okay, mint for free. Then you are told, connect your MetaMask. Why? Because the identity that does all the things in this particular website is a MetaMask with the public address and the private key. Okay, so if we just press on the MetaMask, and always remember, you can't do anything if you don't have money. Okay, you can't go there outside and buy bananas, take bananas there from a mamboga and you just run away. You have to have money. Okay, so that it has approved that we can connect MetaMask to this particular website. Okay, and then it asks if I want to switch from Lisk to Base. Okay, and then I say no. This is why. Maybe it's because Rarible currently they are running on Base. So maybe if you switch the network, and then it loads. You see all this functioning that's happening. It's done on a smart contract. Okay, and then they ask you, do you want to log in, and do you accept the terms of a service of the Rarible service, and are you 13 years and older? This is what happens in Web 2, right? Okay, then you confirm. And what happens? It's calculating, it's seeing, it's doing all the transaction cryptography stuff. Yeah. So now this is the contract checking out all your functions, okay? It's checking out, and then then it told you the price is 0 bob and the platform fee is 0.0065. Now you see with Rarible, you can't meet if at all you don't have 0.0065 because you have to pay a certain amount for you to interact with that particular website. Okay, so this is just a function that has happened even on the contract. The same way we've seen when you are trying to buy me a coffee. If at all we do an if statement, if at all you are asking for an index that it's not on the length of that list and it's out of range, then it can't happen. So when I press buy it, you see, where will it take me? MoonPay. MoonPay is another website that of ramps and on ramps money. Now you get where I was getting. I was telling your point of marketplace that you have to have a token, and when the user gets into your website, they can't know what's all this. Then they're just directed to another tool. It connects them to a particular tool that helps them to off ramp. Now you can see it has already told me that the particular ETH that I want is 0.0913. I have to have 40,000 shilling on my M-Pesa. I'm not going to continue with this one because I'm not going to pay 40,000 right now for an NFT. So if you continue, what happens? Can anybody tell me what might think might happen? What might happen? Yes? the transaction will fail. All they will ask for my phone number so that I connect now my M-Pesa. Now you see how everything is correlated. Now in another, after 5 or 10 years, maybe we want, or 20 years, because I believe people will have switched to blockchain or on-chain much more. We won't be having the problem of now we have to now transact to Kenyan shillings, and now we have to buy, and now we have to on-ramp and off-ramp. So everybody maybe will have their own crypto wallet, and will just pay direct. Okay? So even currently, right now, the people who are also developing virtual cards, whereby you can just pay direct. It just does the off-ramp, on-ramp, and just tells you, do you want to pay 40,000 shillings? Just like this. Do you want to pay 40,000 for this? Okay. They already have your phone number. You've already added your phone number on that app, and okay, it just cuts out directly. Okay. So yeah, that's how it happens. I've given you so many ideas for the hackathon. You guys, you should pay me. So that's how our website that's built on blockchain really works. Now you get when I told you that a project should having a simplified user experience. If you came to this site and you are like, I'm trying to buy this art, and you say, hey, mint, okay, I press. Okay, now they want 40,000 from me. Okay, I have it, I can pay. Okay, continue. Okay, so even for the people who are trying to win the bounty for the infrastructure apps, you can use MoonPay. MoonPay, they are, you can see they are off-ramping and on-ramping. So on your website, you can just connect to the MoonPay API, and every time a user wants to transact using crypto, they use MoonPay's API, and then they are directed to this particular page, whereby now they can pay the 40,000, or they can buy it if at all it's not in their wallet. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So where were we? Before I asked you guys about farmers and marketplace, we are trying to install the Foundry app, okay? So as I was telling you, this particular one comes without anything. So you have now to go to the Open Zeppelin and try and get the particular go ahead contract, and then now you add your other things, like here you can see has added new item ID, current token ID, new like that. So it will only come with the name, and maybe the initialization of a variable UON 256. This is a data type in Solidity with 256 characters, and yeah, and then it also has a constructor which has an ERC 721 with the name of the token being LISK and the symbol being LSK. Okay, so let's copy it, and let's take it to our blank Solidity file. So we copy it like that, we save it, and now you can see we have imported the Open Zeppelin contracts, and we've imported the ERC 71 one. So this contract is an NFT contract, and which has a standard of ERC 721. So if you are building a ERC 20, it will have ERC 20 here. Okay. So and then, as I've told you, this one is LISK. So we can run this. We can compile this. Let me hide this. Let me clear that we can see. So we can try to do forge build. We see if at all it will work. And then you can see it has compiled successfully. Okay. So if at all you want to create an NFT token, and you want it to be called, for us, we said we are creating for a marketplace, so we are going to call it MFARM. Okay. And what's the symbol? We are going to say, maybe this is the symbol. You can always have a symbol. But keep in mind, if at all you are building for the mainnet, please have a very good name that your users will be so happy using that particular token. Okay, it's a business strategy at the end of the day. So if I've made some particular changes about the name of the token, and if I build it again, it will run successfully. Okay, so it has compiled successfully. So you can see we have below here, we have, after we've named the particular token, we have a function whereby you can mint that particular token, just the same way we've seen on Rarible, whereby you are able to mint. So minting is just like buying, or the way you, on your Web2 sites, you say add to cart or buy. Yeah. So on this particular function, it has a parameter where it takes the address of the person and the recipient of the person. Okay, and then it returns the UN6, which is the current token ID. Okay, so it says that every time there is a new item ID, then it increases the token ID. Okay, and then it means, and then with the recipient, and the recipient gets the new item ID, and then it returns the new item ID. Okay, so how does that look? Maybe we go back to Rarible and see. Okay, so this particular NFT has its own token ID. Okay, what's the name of this particular token? It's called here for the art. Okay, if you press the mint for free, it connects now with our smart contract, calling now this function of mint. Okay, but now with a Rarible, the function has other functionalities, because now inside here they've called the MoonPay API, which takes you there if at all they realize that in your wallet that you connected, it doesn't have insufficient funds. It has insufficient funds. Okay. Yeah. So that's an idea that maybe you can try and see how you can improve on it. But this is just a simple on how you can have an NFT. So anybody who can tell me where NFTs use cases can be, any NFT use cases that you have, even the people in the online, you can type, you can chat there and say the type of NFT use cases that you've heard about, or an idea. Anybody? Yes? Did you hear that? Clap for that person. Peki too. Aziz, give this man something. So he please repeat for the crowd to hear.
Hi. We use NFTs to plant avocado trees or represent avocado trees planted on farms in Kenya. Because the specific geolocation of this tree can never change, then that means it is immutable. And we represent that on blockchain.
Any questions to him? I believe you are the founder for that particular project. Also, please talk to the people about how that particular NFT works and how is it connected to the token.
So we use NFTs specifically to represent trees that are planted on farms that we contract farmers to plant avocado trees. And the revenue that is generated from selling these avocado trees is also distributed to the NFT holders. So if you plant, help a farmer get inputs, help a farmer get that, you get an NFT that represents the specific tree in which your money has gone to. And then when the avocados get sold, you get a share of that revenue from the farmers.
Okay, now you hear how that particular idea transitioned to. There was a person yesterday who had an idea of cabbages and drying cabbages with the season. Okay, so with an NFT is something that cannot change its position or its place. Something cannot change. Like you can take a picture of this building because it cannot change. It can't move. Okay, and you make it an NFT. So in an idea, we could say that in this university, they could make this building a particular NFT, and every time someone buys a picture of this NFT, it goes back to paying for students who can't pay their school fees. Okay? So you've had a real world problem with a real world solution. And I mean, he's belittling himself, but this guy has a very huge user base and is quite doing a lot in the space of tokenization, and I'm so happy on it. I'm also urging you to come and build on Lisk, and maybe deploy on Lisk about your project. Okay. So any more questions? Another use case that anybody has for NFTs? I've given you 2. He has given you 1. Any other person? Okay, none. But have you gotten the idea of an NFT and how it works? Okay. Yes. Okay, so let's just take what's happening in the room. My friend here is streaming, Okay, so if he takes a picture of me, or the other person there who's taking a picture of me, and he takes it into a marketplace. Rarible is a marketplace whereby you can also go in there and put your NFT art. Okay, you make this art a digital art and you go and input it there. Okay, it has a name, it has a description. You give a story on how you came about this art, what it inspires to you, and why should the person buy it. Okay, so as you've seen on the Rarible network, you can see this person who has Rarible hats. He's seen that will be soaking the art and rocking most bomb bucket hats you've ever seen. Mint this NFT to be in a chance to snag with your own Rarible art and keep it in your wallet for your future endeavors. Okay? So if you've done that, and you can see it's, this NFT is deployed on Base. So if at all you deploy this particular NFT and you use Rarible APIs to also, or you just come here and create, and you can choose any chain that you want. So you see Lisk is here, you can Ethereum and others. So if you press Lisk, you connect your particular MetaMask, and then it tells you to UON Base. It tells you to switch to the Lisk network because now you're doing it on the Lisk network. And then it asks you, do you want to do a single one or do you want to do a multiple one? So it's you're a single person. So if you're a community, you do multiple. And then you choose either PNG, Web3, MP4, MP3. So if you have a video, you have a But on the coding side, you do it by creating a smart contract. But they've already done it for you. So for you, you just create an NFT. And so when you press create item, this smart contract is what it's been called. This smart contract. Now, this particular contract, they have their own contract even on their side, but it has different functions and different events too. Okay? Okay. So let's see if at all we can deploy this particular contract, because now it's building successfully. Okay, so how do you do that? You can also add tests, even for this one. We have tests for it. Let's just add them so that you can see how it's working. Sorry. So where do you add tests? Where do you? Somebody answer. Where do you add tests? On which folder? Anybody? Anybody? Where do you add tests? And I'll start calling you out by pointing to you. Where do you add tests? You don't know. Okay, okay. Where do you add tests? On your smart contract? You add it on the test folder. We have a source folder. That's where you add all your contracts. And on the test folder, that's where you add all your tests. So you come here on the test one, you create a new file, you call it marketplace .t. .t, it signifies that that's a test file. Okay. So we copy the test contracts that we have, and you can see that in this particular test, it's checking out if at all an address. Let's say the address person is Alice, and then we have Bob. Okay, and then they have their own addresses. So this one is particularly making just dummy addresses, public addresses. Okay, and then it's showcasing if at all the name for the contract, which would say it was LSK, if at all it's creating a new NFT, and then it's saying yes, I've created a new NFT. Then that's a test that's passed. And then here it's also saying it's looking if at all Alice and Bob, they've minted the function successfully. The function that we did have here, this mint function. in this particular test, it's checking out if at all did Alice manage to mint that particular NFT successfully? Yes. And then did Bob manage to mint that particular NFT successfully? Then it's saying yes. Okay, so that test has passed, meaning your contract is working perfectly. If it fails, it means that there is something with your function that's happening, you've written a code that's not supposed to be there. And then even this one, it's supposed to compare the addresses of Alice and Bob. If at all, it's test and see if the person who has minted that particular NFT is the same address that has minted, the same address that belongs to Alice. If at all it's okay, then the test has passed. But for this, it's looking to find if at all the mint has failed, because most times mints can fail because either of insufficient funds or the address of the person is different from the one that he connected on the website, things like that. So you can also add your own function here down and just write function, and you can just add maybe test, mint pass, and you can do anything. Just don't fear to integrate with the contract however you want. Okay. Okay. So you can also check if at all your tests are functioning using Forge test. And you can see it's saying that import NFT from source nft.sol, meaning that we don't have nft.sol. We have marketplace.sol. So we try again. And you can see it's compiling right now, and you can see it has run 2 tests, and 3 tests passed and 1 failed, whereby it has asserted that the Alice and the Bob addresses, they are not the same, hence each person has to mint differently. Okay. So that's how you create your own contract. So let's move on to how you can deploy your smart contract. Okay, so on this side you can see this side that has Lisk, that's mainnet, and this side is testnet. So let's do on the testnet side. Okay, so you can see use Forge create and an RPC URL, which for when we are trying to add on MetaMask, you saw we have a URL RPC for our testnet, which is rpc.sipolia, and then we have the Etherscan API key, we have a verify, and we have a verifier, which is the Block Scout Explorer, and we also have the Sipolia URL, the verifier URL, which is the Block Scout URL, and the private key, which is that this is whereby you enter your private key. Okay, and then you input now the NFT, the contract that you're trying to deploy, the name, and the name of the contract, or the type of the contract that you're trying to deploy. So let's copy this and see if at all we can deploy. Okay, so remember you can also try and run Anvil here to be able to have a local testnet on your machine. Okay. Okay, so everything is good. So I'll stop presenting just for a few so that I can get the private key. Then we move on. and then you'll see the private key that you have. Okay, so I won't show you the private key. Okay, I can show you, then I'll delete it. Okay, so let's do it. Then I'll delete that particular, so that you don't get lost while trying to deploy. Then I'll delete that account. Okay, so Glenn, go with me. Glenn, go with me. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so we are still on our contract that we are building with the Foundry. So what I told you is you come here to your MetaMask wallet, you view account details. It's going to ask you to show your private key again. Okay, so let me see. So this is just my password manager. Okay, it's called Bitwarden for those who want to know about it. So show private key, and then you input your password, and then you confirm. So with MetaMask, if you create your own wallet, it also asks you for a password just because of security measures. So you hold. Okay. You hold on to this, you long press, and then it will showcase you your private key. And then with that private key, now you can go. Come here on your entire project. You create .n. Okay, and you write a private key is equals. Then you can paste it there. Okay, and then on the git ignore, add the .env. You see, it's already added. So you add .env, but always make sure it's there, so that if it's already on the git ignore, it won't go to the GitHub repo when you're trying to push your code to GitHub repo. Okay, so let's try to deploy it again. Okay, so let's copy that command again. So we are almost finishing it up. So you better ask your questions right now, because after this, if we deploy it, our work is done here. So if at all you are deploying with me either online or currently here, just know you're almost on the finish line. Okay, let me just. Okay. Okay, we can also do it here, because it seems that okay. So on this one, you can see that we have the RPC for deploying on the testnet. We have the Etherscan API key. We have the verifier, which is the block scout and its URL. And then here on the private key, that's where we are going to input our private key. Okay, we saved it on our VS Code here on the .env. Okay, now we're good to go. Now we've added our private key, and then here okay, let me confirm something. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here we input our contract, the one that we're trying to deploy, and ours is marketplace. Okay. And it's an NFT too. So it's saying contract. The following are not provided, or the verifier and the verifier URL. But we have provided. Okay. Let's do this. Sorry. Source marketplace. Dot sol, and it's an NFT. So it's saying we're not provided. Okay, I think we are facing an issue here. Let me try and copy it and take it on VS Code to see if it's going to work. So I think we're facing a current issue here. So it's saying that we have to showcase our contract, forge create, RPC, either scan API key 123, verify. I don't know why it's failing. Okay, or maybe we can put all this into quotes. But it's supposed to work without having the quotes. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So we have another error. Expected. So, okay. So we remove this. Okay. So we have an error here. Okay, this. So we can comment this out, remove it. And it's saying no contract found with, yes? Anybody? Okay. Oh, it seems that it's not recognizing this particular contract that we have here. So I can try this later and then share with you on the List Kenya Telegram. And from then on, then you can see, I can share the contract address and how it looks and share a screenshot on the same. But just to give you an overview, you have to have the RPC endpoint, the EtherScan API, the verify button, and then the block scout, which all of these are okay, and then a private key, the one that you are coding in using your smart contract with, okay? So you can also get this private key by running Anvil in your terminal, and it can also give you some accounts that you can use to get your public or your private key, okay? Okay, but essentially this is how it is supposed to look. You'll have your own deployer address, and then the deployed to address, and also the transaction hash. Now this is this will be your contract address, okay? And then now you can verify it on the List Explorer website, okay? So any questions? Any questions? Can you be able now to deploy on Lisk? So there's also an easy way whereby you can use that web. You can either use the Solidity SDK, or you can use the Explore on the that web website. So with this, you also install npm IG that web. You install that web in your machine, and then you log in, and then you create your project, and using the npx that web create, it will create. Okay, we've lost the presentation. So npx, oh sorry, Glenn. So we are back on. So let's try for the one for that web. And all this I'm just doing just for your own. Okay, let's move out of this. CD documents, let's do it there. And then this is how you install that web, and then it installs, and then you do that web login. And then after you've done that web login, you use npx that web create, whereby now it installs your contract on the directory that you are in currently, and then it asks you which project do you want to create, the name of the project, what is the name of the project, and then it will ask you which framework do you want to use, Forge or Hard Hat. So you can either use Foundry or Hard Hat in that web, and then it asks what's the name of your new smart contract, your NFT, and what type of contract do you want. ERC 721. So that web also has their own contracts, pre-made contracts that you can also include in your own smart contract, just the same as OpenZeppelin. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like, and then you can see it has a constructor whereby it has a memory name, symbol of the NFT, the default admin, the royalty recipient, and the royalty BPS, and then from then on, it creates the NFT. And then for you to run that particular project, just with Foundry, it's Forge build, but on that web, it's npx that web build. And then that's how it will run your particular contract. For deploying, you'll just run npx that web deploy. How many want us to do this? How many want us to do this? Some of you guys are hungry. Okay, how many will go and do it after this? Nobody? Nobody? Okay, okay. Do you feel like the process is easy for you to go? We just do it here? We do it here? No, okay. So it's installing that web. Give it some few. So any questions, any ideas that you have and you are stuck on how you're going to build these particular ideas on Lisk, maybe you could just raise your hand and I'll help you trying to sort out where you are stuck at. Anybody? You guys don't love money, eh? You don't want to participate in the hackathon. Let alone, you don't love opportunities. You don't want to be recognized as the first developer who built on Lisk. Okay, so currently our terminal is up and good. So let me restart it. That web login. Supposed to give us, please instead pass a secret key. Okay, so here you can also go to that web and log in. So if at all that web login won't do on your own machine, you have to log in on the website and then it's going to give you a passkey. Okay. Okay, so after you've logged in, you can see, you can view docs, or you can go to the contract side. You can go to the contract side and you can import a contract. Okay, or you can deploy a contract. So if at all you import a contract, you can, if at all now you've already deployed the contract, you just input the hash, and then here you can also search Lisk. It's not, it's here, Lisk Sepolia. And then you input your already deployed contract address, and then it can import the particular contract. Okay, so if you just, the same contract address that you're also going to use it to check out if your contract has been deployed on the Block Scout, it's the same one that you're going to use here on that web. Okay, so it said, are you ready to import, or you import an already deployed contract, or you build your own, or you can deploy from source. So you can do it on this side, the explore side, or you can do it with using the commands. Okay, so you can say you're deploying from the source, or you want to build your own. So let's build our own. So when you're building our own, it's using the Solidity SDK. Okay, so and then it's saying get started. Okay, so let it load. I think it's having some issues. So that's where we were, and if you already do all of this, Okay. Now, on this side, you can see that it's showcasing all of the ERC 721, ERC 720. Do you want to, and then you can say you want to start building, and then it will still take you to the place of deploying. Okay, so currently, let me look for the passkey, then we can move on. Okay, so this is my passkey, and so you can say that web login passkey. It's failing. Okay, let's use this. So it's not logging in. So let's go on and create our own project. And then from there, when you're deploying, we will use the secret key to deploy instead of the private key, because the secret key is the one that we're going to use now to deploy to that websites. Okay. So we are going to use npx, that web create. And you can see it's creating, and then it will showcase for us a list or questions on what is your project, what is your project name, what are you trying to build. Okay, so let's wait for it. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time. Any questions? So as we are waiting for that to finish up, maybe I could showcase. Yesterday we had a session with part of the people from Nigeria and also the LISCA global partners who found an opportunity. One of the person was Colin Samadi. He won the Ed Safari Bounty Hackathon. It was pool priced at $10,000, so he was among the winners. And after that, he still continued to build his project, which is called SafeMind. It's a mental health platform whereby mental health seekers who are seeking for therapy, they're able to see mental health practitioners when they are anonymized. So when they're connecting their public addresses, nobody knows your name or anything. So with that, you can be able to connect to a mental health practitioner, and you can also pay them using the token that they have created on their system. So that was Collins, and we also had Bello, who spoke about how many times he tried to participate into hackathons and he didn't win. He participated almost 4 times, and every time he couldn't find that he has won any hackathon, so he didn't give up. He went on and continued building up until LISC had a partnership with Aya, and he applied for that incubation program, and is currently continuing on that incubation program, whereby they are taught on how you can market your product, on how you can build this particular project to be able to be a global standard market fit project. And I'd say for him, he's really gone to high scales, and with the incubation program with Aya, I'm sure he's in the best place. So currently LISC is in partnership with also Aya. Next year we are going to have a builder hub in Kenya, whereby you as developers can go there, meet expert Web3 developers who can help you with your projects, and definitely you can also use the resources that are there, and you don't have to worry about Wi-Fi and your laptop being hidden, or someone is waiting for you outside there when they see you enter there with a laptop. So security will also be high. Okay, is that something you can clap for? Okay. Another opportunity is that Lisk is also having an airdrop. How many of us know what an airdrop is? Yeah, he knows because you know how how important an airdrop is. Okay, so an airdrop is an incentive that builders and people who have interacted on the ecosystem, like Lisk ecosystem, are rewarded for just interacting with the ecosystem. So, for example, builders who have built on Lisk and they have deployed their contract on Lisk, they are going to be awarded just for that. Okay, so the airdrop with Lisk is happening on 21st, and it also they have their own approach and strategy on how we are going to do it. So it's starting on 21st, and the approach that you're moving on is a 4-month campaign whereby we'll have tasks, whereby builders, also users can participate in. And if at all you are able to finish those tasks under the 4-month program, then you'll be eligible for that particular airdrop. Okay, so how many are interested in participating on that airdrop? Wow, I like it, I like it, I like it. So it starts now, it starts now. Start building right now, because if it's a 4-month campaign, trust me, you are not competing with your fellow desk member in Nairobi, Kisumu. You are not competing with a Nigerian. It's a global standard competition. So your projects should be very quality projects, should be a very high scalable project, and should also possess the integration of those infrastructure apps that Lisk is going to integrate with on those 4-month campaigns. So one of the infrastructure apps is MoonPay. I've shown you how Rarible has used MoonPay. They also have APIs. There's also Ionic, which is a Web3 project that you can lend and borrow from that particular platform. And there's also others. So for the person who's also going to participate in that bounty of integrating infrastructure apps, definitely this is going to be a plus for you when you're coming into the hackathon. Okay, so I hope you'll participate. And maybe I'm saying it's something less, but the airdrop has a pool price of 15 million LSK tokens. So if you ask my friend there, he will tell you how much that is in Kenyan money, almost 10 billion. And $15 million ukipewa na mtu hivyo, it's not something to joke about. Having that, you just need to sit on your computer, make an idea, a very perfect idea, integrate it with a very built, well project partnered with Lisk, and you get all what it needs. So I'd advise you, motivate you, start now, start building, so that when that time comes, it becomes just easy walking breadth of, building the smart contracts and everything. Because if you don't understand how to build the smart contracts right now, you won't be able to understand how to integrate an infrastructure app on your contract. Okay, so we are done. It's up. And then it is asking you, what type of project do you want to create? App, contract, dynamic extension. For us, it's contract. And then it's what is the name of a new smart contract? Let's call it marketplace, just as the last one. And then it's asking you, what type of contract do you want to start from, ERC 721 or ERC 2? Glenn, we are facing an issue here on the screen. So I'll stop at that. Okay, we're back. We good? Okay, so these are the first questions that it has asked me. What type of project do you want? I selected contract. And then what will be the name of your new smart contract? Marketplace. And then what type of the contract do you want? Let's move on with the NFT still, ERC 721. And then what extensions do you want to a contract? Delayed, lazy mint, signature mint. Let's do signature mint. And then voila, it's a success. So if you LS here right now, you'll see that in our revival contract, we have all our files that have been already done. So let's open this on our VS Code, and you see how it looks, having that we had a Foundry one. And this is getting a nuisance. Save. Okay. So, So we did a mistake whereby we created it in between another one. Okay, so let's just create it in another folder, revival, that web. This time I'm sure it will take a slower time. NPX, if you want to create a project on that web, you just NPX, that web, create, and then it will create on that particular folder that you are in. Okay, so we are going just to repeat this same process, and you can see once you do it the first time, it has already installed all the dependencies, so the second time it will be faster. So contract, and then we call it marketplace. And then what do you want to use, Hard Hat or Forge? Let's go with Foundry. And then what will be the name of your smart contract? We just write marketplace. And as you are filling this, it also gives you placeholders to guide you on how you can answer. And then downloading files, and in a few, we'll have our own contracts. So even that web, they borrow even from Open Zeppelin contracts to be able to give you that head start while you're trying to code your contract. Okay, so you've seen it's up, and it has told you that you use yarn deploy to build your contract, yarn deploy to deploy your contract, yarn build to compile your contract, and yarn publish to publish your contract with that web. So CD marketplace and LS, then you see everything is there. So this is not different than the one for Foundry, because for the Foundry one, what did we do? We used the Foundry only. But with this, we've added another layer of using that web. Okay. So you can see it's just the same. The test folder has your test contracts, your test contract files. The source folder has your contract, and you can see it's just it's different syntax, but it's all of the same. They are using the same thing. Okay. So if you want to deploy your particular contract, you have first to build it, and then you can deploy. So how do you build a particular contract? So you can either do yarn build, or you can do npx. Okay, so what is this? You can also do npx that web build, or you can do yarn build, depending on which one you want. Okay, so let's do it from the terminal. You can do yarn build, and then it will build. Proceed, yes. So it's building. I wish you guys had laptops so that you see those guys there. Siku moja itafika, you will remember you are seated on a place with them, and something happened. Somebody came there. Somebody introduced something, and something happened. My Web3 developer journey is I started my Web3 learning and building in 2021. I was seated just right where you are seated at Kenyatta University. And at that time, Polygon was the network that was coming to Kenya. So they introduced us to blockchain. And we were given a personal push or a personal initiative for you to be able to be coming to their lab, which was in Westlands, the same as the Builder Hub that we'll be having in Kenya next year. So I found out that blockchain seemed interesting to me, although I couldn't understand anything, although I was also a website developer before that. So after that, I went to those Builder Hubs for Polygon, and we started doing the smart contracts and everything. And after a few minutes, or after a few years, other networks came into Kenya too, and I onboarded myself into Web3 clubs. That's where we started building quite a lot with Near Network, and from then on, I participated in a hackathon as the only lady on the wool hackathon. I was the only lady, and good enough is our project won the first prize, and then we moved on to Africa, whereby we also won the prize for also the winner of the hackathon in Africa. And from then on, I've not stopped being on the blockchain. And till now, I'm also here teaching you, advising you, motivating you to join blockchain because it's rewarding. And it's not the same as Web 2, whereby somebody is going to hold off maybe your data. The power belongs to you. The only motivation I'll give you is build early, start learning early. Because right now in Kenya, we are on an emerging market as people who, or the Web3 developers have very high quality projects and they are very experienced. So remain in the community for the List Kenya community, and the opportunities will always find you. So they've said we detected possible package managers. Which one do you want to install? And then you say Foundry. And then it will compile. Yeah. So to the ladies in the room, don't fear. Don't have a preconception on your mind that this is a men's world. It's not, because a lady is standing in front of you, and she has excelled. Yeah, and it's not hard because I can't understand those terms. I mean, if you are already in a university and you can understand calculus and you can understand simple things like you understood biology in high school, why can't you not understand blockchain, history, geography? The same. It's not different. You just need to understand the basics, understand what is blockchain, how can you build on blockchain, what relates to what, and you're moving up very fast. So with less than, if you are no developer, with less than 3 months to 6 months, you should be up and running building smart contracts, okay? So be active in the community. Ask as many questions as you can. No question is stupid, or you might seem a fool. We are here to help you, and we won't judge you, but we'll help you, okay? Yeah, so as the project is continuing to compile, I'm also taking questions. Questions? Okay, so I'd say I was naive at that time because I was going with whatever there was in the market. I didn't understand the importance of staying into one network, building on it, knowing the foundations of it. So because even with Web3 at that time, on the Web3 development side of it, it was fairly new in Kenya. And there wasn't so many instructors or so many people you could look up to. The only people you could look up to were from the global standard. Yeah, so that's the reason why I moved from Polygon to Nia. But it's not that like Polygon is bad. It's not bad. So we are going to deploy, and remember we said we'll use our secret key, okay? So let's use this command for deploying, and our secret key is this one. So you can always create a new secret key on the project, and you add new, and you will have a new secret key. Okay, so okay. npx that web deploy k secret key. Okay, so let's see if it's going to deploy. And it's saying that the key is unauthorized. Okay, let's see if we can create a project. Let's say a project is called Marketplace. So this is our secret key. Let's see if at all we can use that instead of this one that we had. Okay. So, and you can see currently we've deployed our contract. Okay, so it's just uploading the contract data, and that's how you deploy on that web. and it takes you directly to your marketplace. It's already shown you the functions that you can interact with the contract, and you can just write your recipient address and the percentage that they're going to get. Yeah, so where is that coming from? It's coming from our contract. So as you can see on our contract, we have a contract with a constructor of a default admin with a name, and you have a royal recipient, and you have a royalty of APS. So you have, these are the functions that are here, so that you can be able to fill in this, and then after you've done that, then you can deploy. Okay, so you see how easy it is, because you already have the Open Zeppelin contracts, and also you have the third web. So we can use, let's use our this one. Let's see if at all we are on Lisk Sipolia. Let's switch. Okay. So we can input that name. We can say Lisk, and then we can say mfarm. Farm token. So this is the name of the NFT and the symbol, and then the chain that you're trying to deploy to, and then this is the address and the percentage of royalties the address will receive from the NFT once it's minted. So if we press deploy now, I said your wallet will prompt you to sign a transaction, so we should be expecting, so it's saying that insufficient for gas. So with this, now I have to request for gas fees and have some ETH on my wallet address so that I can deploy. Okay. So if at all you don't have gas fees or testnet wallet, testnet faucets, you can just come to Discord and request for testnet tokens, or you can just text in our groups of Lisk Kenya or Discord. So that's it from me. Anybody who has a question? That one is for the one for Lisk Telegram. Okay. So if you want to scan, you can scan it, and if at all you can't scan it, you can write Lisk_Kenya. For Discord, so let me just put it out there for a few minutes. For is your Discord public? Okay. So if at all you are also on the Lisk Kenya Telegram, I'll also input a link of the Discord link, and you can join both of them, the Kiboko DAO's Discord, and you can also join the Lisk Kenya Telegram. So if you're going to lunch, please, I won't leave you. You won't leave that door if you've not joined Lisk Kenya Telegram. Just a disclaimer. Yes? view already contract built on ERC 721. Maybe what you can include is just functions or other events that you might want, because different people have different visions and strategies on how to build their contract. Another thing is deploying. It's also very easy deploying, because you just run the npx deploy, and then you are taken to this explore page of theirs, and you can be able to deploy. Instead of in Foundry, you deploy and you verify all of this in the command line. Yeah, okay. So that, and also in that web, it has mixed both hard hat and Foundry. You can use hard hat and Foundry while you are trying to create a project. Yeah, in matters or with a disadvantage of in hard hat, you do hard hat alone and you install hard hat alone, and Foundry, you install Foundry alone. But in that web, they are all bundled up together. Yeah. So the advantage of also that web with the scaffold list is that with scaffold list, you have both the front end and the contract side. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes?
Okay, I needed some like a short brief. So apparently I was not able to come earlier on. So I found when you are presenting about deploying and all, so like I needed some clarification of some few issues. One, so how long will the hackathon take? And like maybe the documentation that you're using, and maybe like the technologies that you decided, okay, the projects that are like to be done, and yeah.
Okay, let me do a rundown on that. So the technology that is used on Lisk is Solidity. In matters of deploying, you can deploy using Foundry, Ad Hat, or that web. And we also have a scaffold Lisk that has both front-end and contract side. So you just need to run deploying commands and building commands, and you're up to running. The disadvantage with scaffold Lisk is just it only uses Next.js and on the front-end side, yeah. So another thing is the hackathon. It's going, tomorrow is the last day for you guys to submit on the hackathon. We have a repo that has a README showcasing on how you can be able to submit your particular project. So just to give you a rundown, if you get the repo, fork it, and then clone it to your machine, and then create your own branch. After you've created your own branch, you do all your codings, and then you create a pull request on the repo that I did send to you, not on your own account. You do a pull request to the Kiboko DAO's repo, and then we'll be able to see your particular pull request. On the comment on the pull request, input your project title, your project description, your project slides, and the live link of your website or your contract. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what is it that you said will take 4 months?
Oh, that's the airdrop.
The?
Airdrop. So that is an incentive that blockchain chains do to reward the builders for building on that particular network. So for Lisk, we are going to be rewarding the builders who are going to integrate the infrastructure apps during that 4-month period, and we reward them just for contributing to the Lisk ecosystem. Yeah. Any other question? Please give that guy a shot. Yeah. Yes, we have a question down here. Hi. Okay, did you guys hear the question? Oh, okay. I thought he was not heard. So he's asked,
I give him tips from developers Web 2 and moving to Web 3. So first I'd say, yes, you indeed need a community, because one thing is the blockchain community or the blockchain space, especially on the Web 3 side, it's built by communities. If at all if any opportunity will ever arise, it's going to be in those communities, because you've seen that now we are trying to bridge already into campuses and trying to tell them the information on how they can move. And that means why? Because there's a community, and we feel, because now you are not in the community, you wouldn't know what's happening. If you can find bugs on your errors, or you are stuck, whatever the time of the day is, it's easier or it's faster for you to get help other than you Googling, because most of the time features that are added are given first to the communities in place, or the expert developers are already in the community in place. So it will be faster for you to transition moving forward. But I'd say the key thing that you'd have to consider as you're moving from Web 2 to Web 3 is just your mindset. Mindset will change a lot, because people from, I'd say most of the time that I've tried to tell people from Web 2 to move to Web 3 is I get the excuse, I'd say it's an excuse of I'm going to learn again, I'm going to be a newbie again. But if you look closely to it, is for me, on my own opinion, when I moved to Web 2 to Web 3, Web 3 opened my mind in terms of development and how the ecosystem in technology works. Because in Web 2, for example, you have APIs. In Web 3, we have RPCs. RPCs, it's a higher term. I'll say it's a more expounded term on how even the whole ecosystem on how blockchain works. Because with an RPC, you can be able to connect to frontend. With an RPC, you can be able to connect to even another chain. Okay, each chain has their own RPC. So yes, you have to get into learning. You have to learn the syntax of Solidity. You have to learn the infrastructure, the architecture of the chain that you're going to use. But you coming from a background of Web 2, it won't be so hard, because with me telling, there's a guy who was here and I was telling him, if you want to use database, you're going to use IPFS. IPFS is just the same way as any database you'd want to do. It still fetches, it still posts data to the same thing. So with you, it's going to be very easier for you to understand this concept, because you've already done them on the Web 2 side. It's only that have a mindset that you're not changing out everything. It's just a new technology. The same thing as developers are moving to AI. They have to learn how it works, when to integrate it, how to integrate it. It's just a switch. It's just the way technology is reinventing itself. And if you want to be a part of it and not get left out of opportunities that are coming, then you just have to come to Web3 and start building. Okay. Any other question? Okay, that's it from me. Please join this List Kenya Telegram. I'll be on the lookout for every one of you to have joined on this List Kenya Telegram. Yeah. And thank you so much for being a great audience. And if you have questions, see me around.
Check the conversion rate and confirm the transaction. Voila! Mungu tu imezidi. By the way, unajua unaweza tumia mse hayuko on yellow card yet. Na bado do ataget. And receiving cash is just as easy. Log on to the yellow card app or sign up if you haven't already. From your dashboard, select withdraw. Select mobile money. Now, enter the amount you wish to withdraw in Kenya shillings. Enter your network provider and your phone number as your account number. Confirm your withdrawal details, then input your 4-digit PIN. That's it. Your mkwanja will land in your phone within 12 hours. YellowPay is the easiest way to receive and send money to Nigeria, Ghana, and 20 other African countries instantly. It's fast, simple, secure, and free, powered by stablecoins.
if we're visualizing a new reality here on Earth, what is the ideal state of Earth? Like, what do we actually want to do if we could do anything on this planet? And it's like, well, we probably should just like throw a party. Here we can go, action. What do you need for that party, right? Pizza. So that was kind of part of the how we got where we are. We're gonna throw a global pizza party that we're gonna fund by selling blockchain-based NFTs of pizza. Wanting to build towards a world where everyone can just eat. People came to Pizza Now because they wanted to bring the world together around pizza. And so having like a really strong mission that people can sink their teeth into, that was our secret. We're here at Pizza Brain, Philly's famous pizza museum. All right. Pizza is a global phenomenon. It's beautiful, right? Every pizza is kind of a work of art.
As we prepare for lunch, let me help by talking about avocados. Yes, right? I think it's everybody's favorite fruit, and those who don't take avocados, kindly walk out of the room. I'll wait. No, I'm kidding. What we do, let me just introduce myself. My name is Kevin Dinyakaru. I am the founder of 1 Million Avocados. You can Google 1 Million Avocados. We are helping farmers plant more avocado trees. We realize that the value of avocado trees for farmers is really immense. And we want to bring more farmers to be planting trees, to be able to get these benefits. While we're looking at the particular industry, avocado industry, we know exactly how brokers work. Farmers produce the food, brokers eat the money. How then do we change this ecosystem? How do we relook at our food systems, and particularly using blockchain? We came about with the program 1 Million Avocados, where we plant trees, and each and every single tree that is planted is represented on blockchain as a non-fungible token. Do you guys know what non-fungible tokens are? There are two types of tokens: fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens. Fungible tokens, you can exchange them one for one. It's like you have $1 and I have $1. It's one for one. Non-fungible tokens are not exchangeable one for one. They are unique. And thus, by being able to create, each and every single avocado tree has its unique location. While we were able to include IoT, don't know if we understand the Internet of Things, we're able to include drones, technologies, RTK devices, soil sensors, all this information to get the data of avocado trees and of the trees themselves, and specifically avocado trees. The RTK device is a real-time kinetic system device where we get the accuracy. When you use GPS to get your location, usually it's about 5 meters inaccurate. So with an RTK device, you're able to get centimeter accuracy of where these assets are. And I'm talking about assets, we're talking about trees. That's one. Secondly, when we were able to have these trees, this data, we encoded them on blockchain, meaning all this data now have been converted into a token. This process is called tokenization. And as we were talking about earlier, saying in 10 years' time, everybody will be using blockchain. When we're talking about real-world assets, we mean the representation of assets on blockchain. For example, trees are producing assets. They generate avocados which are sold. So it's a generating producing asset. So having this asset, real world tokenization is representing these assets. And currently, very few assets are tokenized. And thus, the market opportunity for this is really big. And speaking to every one of you here, there is always something to be tokenized. For example, there is a university, I'm forgetting the name, that tokenizes certificate. So they are degrees. So you're able to verify that this person actually graduated from that university by verifying that their degree is authentic. And that is the authentication and or rather verification of assets on blockchain, back to 1 million avocados. So once we are able to represent these trees on blockchain, now we are able to have them, now we're able to have these farmers in a global market where they are no longer constrained by their balance sheet. We all know how banks are. You have to have some bit of collateral for them to give you a loan. However, with blockchain, we are able to have these farmers get funding without going through the traditional methods that are currently stopping them from accessing this funding, accessing this market. That's one. So access to credit. Secondly, all these assets are represented on the blockchain, meaning each and every single tree that we have tokenized, they're currently available on a marketplace. You can see where these trees are planted. You can look at the current health that we have using the IoT devices that we talked about. For example, using satellite signals, we're able to have vegetative indices of the trees. Then we know how healthy the trees are doing over a period of time. So not only are we representing these trees, we are monitoring them. And this data is continuously updated onto that particular non-fungible token. Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page, guys? Okay, perfect. So now we have helped farmers get investment. We help them monitor their farms. Thirdly, let's talk about access to markets. The reason why we have farmers having food waste, in avocados we have almost 30% food waste. 30% of avocados usually goes to waste. To give you an idea of how vast that number is, last year we only exported 18% of what we produced. We exported 18%, it brought in 183 million Kenya shillings. Sorry, 184 million US dollars. That's about 22 billion Kenya shillings. So if 18% represents 22 billion Kenya shillings, yet we have a food waste of 30%, how much is going to waste really? It's a lot, right? So we are tunapoteza pesa. Representing these assets on blockchain now gives buyers trust that they are able to know where my avocados came from. So no longer are we not only are we just solving those two particular problems, we're also solving the market problem, where buyers now can have confidence. I'm getting my avocados from Nyeri, from Nakuru. And this is their current health status, because all this data is sent and is produced. So that is what we are doing at 1 million avocados. I can talk a lot about our product. I didn't come with a presentation. We call it regenerative finance, where we are helping farmers build circular ecosystems. Beyond just the revenue that they are receiving from the avocados, there's also carbon credits that they are also receiving, because when you plant trees, you are improving the environment. And we monitor the progress of the health of this farm ever since the trees were planted, and help farmers access a new revenue stream through carbon credits. And how do you verify that these carbon credits are for real? To the audit trail of blockchain. So that is, in a nutshell, what we do at 1 Million Avocados. We are in a partnership with a global company called Dimitra. They are helping farmers across the globe access farming tools such as the IoT devices. All our farmers now are able to access data from satellite about their trees consistently, and it is provided with artificial intelligence data. So not only do we just have visibility, we have recommendations. We have trained our AI model to be able to tell what is a good avocado, what is a bad avocado, what is the leaf nutrient, how are we able to tell using the leaves if an avocado tree is deficient of some particular nutrient, for example, boron and all that. So beyond just the capability of improving this livelihood and giving the farmers access to this data, all this is an end-to-end business model that helps farmers have this circular economy, and we are removing all the middlemen in between. So there is no more person saying, acha nitakutafutia market. The market is already there. So thank you, guys. Are there any questions on our product? I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are questions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yes, thank you. A good question. So while having these particular trees, we have the farmers take care of these trees. And every single week, our team usually has discussions with the farmers. How is the tree going? There are usually natural calamities that happen. But however, just having the tree represented on the blockchain, that's one, shows you the verifiable that the tree was planted. Secondly, in case of anything that happens to that tree, we do replacements for the farmer. We look at the particular soil area of that farm. If the issue of the tree is weather, then that is beyond us. We are working insurances policies for the farmers and for the investors as well. However, we do have steps to mitigate replacements of trees, and that's why we're using these IoT devices consistently, especially the satellites, to monitor our trees so that we're able to not only just have an understanding of how they were doing, but also read weather patterns so that in case of floods, in case of droughts, in case of elongated of periods without rain, we're able to tell farmers we need to start an irrigation system. Yeah. So not only are we using this data to just help the farmer get access to market, but also help them increase their particular yield and also reduce those risks that we are talking about. Yes?
What is the best way of preserving avocado?
Best way of preserving avocado in terms of?
So you realize that once avocado is right in the farm, so the chances of it chance of it going into waste is high. So what is the best way of
It's a time thing. So once an avocado starts maturing, you cannot stop it from maturing, right? So it's a matter of what is the time taken since harvesting to get to market, right? If a farmer in Migori wants to sell their avocados and wants to sell their avocados to the export market, they have a particular time before the produce goes bad. So what we're doing, we're using this data to be able to tell we are at pre-harvest right now, then we are at harvest. So when you're harvesting, we have a time clock. We call it a decay clock, right? A decay time of not more than 60 days, right? Ever since harvest. So once we get a prompt that the avocado has been started harvesting, the decay period starts. how do we look at how we move this product fast? Because we have the data. Without this data, then we are not able to efficiently get those avocados from one point to the other. Have I answered your question? So it is time-bound? It's time-bound, yeah. Yes? Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Not only do we teach them about value addition, we link them with value addition providers. So if, for example, you have harvested 1 ton of avocados, yet the ones that are export ready are about 800 kgs. You have 200 kgs left. Those 200 kgs are then converted into oil, and then you earn from that oil. More questions? Yeah? To plant 1 million avocado trees. By 2027. Yeah. Thank you. That's a good question. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. A great question. So the farmer is not necessarily interacting with the carbon markets. So the farmer, what does we do? We recommend what are the practices that you can do to be able to sequester as much carbon as possible, or to be able to absorb as much carbon as possible. We all know that trees absorb carbon, so it's a matter of the width of the leaf determines how much carbon is being absorbed. So if you have shriveled leaves, then that means you're not absorbing as much carbon as possible. Or also how you set how you do mulching on your trees. So those are the recommendations that we give farmers. Then we are able to, we have using still the same system, we're able to build a data point. Using these particular systems, they're able to get X amount of mass, right? Biomass, X amount of, for example, EC, when we do soil testing, you do electric conductivity, you do carbon in the soil. So even using our soil testers kits, right? We are able to get that information, and then now we sell the carbon credits on behalf of the farmers. The farmers receive half of it, and the other half is spent on development and marketing of this program. Another question? Kule nyuma, at the back. Questions? Watu wangu? Yeah. Yeah. Not resistance per se. I'm a firm believer of a positive sum game. We have 2 types of games. You have a negative sum game, it's called a zero-sum game, and a positive sum game. When we are having discussions, if I come and take your soda, I ask you, I'm feeling thirsty, let me drink your whole soda, you'll have nothing, right? But if I give you money and you give me soda, right? That's a positive. You've earned something, I've earned something, right? So when we're having these discussions with the stakeholders, we are very keen on talking about positivity. How do we be able to apply this technology also to be able to help them? Because it's not this is the beauty about the communities and blockchain. It's not secluded only to an area of people. This technology is good for everyone. So when we're having discussion with stakeholders, with the governments, with the county governments, we talk about how we are using this system to increase even the revenues for the county governments, because with more revenues generated in the avocados, the county governments get their fees. So when you're having that discussion with a county government executive, you're like, I'm bringing you more money through this program, hatasema hapana. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Clap for our amazing speaker. So you're going to have a seat here. We're still going to have you for the next session. So I'm going to invite our yellow card representative.
Thank you for the claps. My name is Florence Gidenji, and I am a regional marketing manager with Yellow Card. So this is us. We're really, really happy to be here, to be partnering with Kiboko DAO. I am not a dev or a tech, but my job is to market what you amazing talents build. So once you build it and you want to take it out of your laptops and into the market and to the hands of the customers, that's when we come to the marketers. Yellow Card. So Yellow Card is a fintech platform. We're currently in 20 markets. I hope all of you have had a chance to download the app. Our BAs are in the audience. If you haven't, please do that. I believe we have some free USDT to give you, and you can also be able to experience our platform. So back to what we do, we are in 20 markets. One of those markets is in Kenya. We operate in Africa only, and we have 3 product portfolios. One of those is our on and off-ramp app, which is what you're interacting with today. The app allows you to be able to buy digital assets. I hope we know what digital assets are. Anybody familiar with USDT, stable coins? Bitcoin? Okay, good. All right, so our app allows you to be able to buy stable coins such as USDT, also Bitcoin and other coins on the platform. The good thing about it is you can do that on your mobile money payments. The second product that we have is called Yellow Pay, and it simply allows you to be able to send money across Africa. I don't know if any one of you has ever tried to send money to, say, Ghana from Kenya. It's one of the most challenging things you'll ever go through, and that's the solution that Yellow Pay offers you. You're able to send your money instantly and at 0 fees. So it's also within our app that you're able to download today. And finally, we've added a B2B product portfolio, mostly an API infrastructure for you who are building. I think that's something that really interests you, and that helps us to allow companies within Africa and outside of Africa to be able to make payments in the 20 markets that we're in. So yeah, download our app or just go to yellowcard.io. You'll be able to learn more about who we are, what we do, and I'm still around. Our team are around and out there, so if you want to chat more about us and how you can use our platforms, whether the on and off ramp or the API, I'm happy to chat more. I'm really, really happy to be here, learning a lot, so yeah, thank you.
I will be, okay, let me use this one. Yeah, so we will be discussing about the transition from Web 2 to Web 3. And before we start, I would like to call our next partner, Dexter. Kindly come here, briefly explain, introduce yourself and tell us what you do, and then you can join the panel.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is David Dext. So actually currently in the Web3 ecosystem, I work as the community manager for African Blockchain Youth Ambassadors. So basically African Blockchain Youth Ambassadors, we promote online learning by using the form of utagogy and AI. Utagogy basically means that it's self-learning centered, and we have incorporated AI, and we are currently building our project on Scale blockchain. And also I've been in the Web3 ecosystem for close to 5 years now, and I'm here to actually share my learning experience, or my experience actually, to be precise, from my transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3. So I'm looking to have a great chat with you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Dexter. I'll now be calling our next partner. Kindly welcome. Introduce yourself briefly and tell us what you do.
GM guys, my name is Suleiman. I work with the Aquapatch project. It's a decentralized application which we're able to conduct beach cleanups along the coastlines for basically to better our climate. Yeah.
On to our next speaker, kindly Nambari. Come introduce yourself, tell us briefly what you do.
Hi, how are you guys? My name is Dabari Dhukujenga. Dabari Dhukujenga is an article writer at Cointelegraph. I cover stories in the Web3 space. And all other person who is not a developer, there are so many opportunities in the ecosystem where you can be able to interact and make your own input known in the ecosystem. For me, I bring stories internationally, and if there's anybody here who wants to know how to write articles in Web3 ecosystem, you can talk to me after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On to our topic. So as you can see, people, so as you can see, from the past years where we knew if you can remember from our parents' times, all the people that were holding these big positions in the government, in these big institutions, were all old people. Can you attest to that? Today, in the Web3 space, you can be as young as 20 years old or 25 years old, but you could be doing great things, big things that you would really amaze people. As you can see, the people in our panel today, does anyone look like they are even 35? No, and the things that they are doing amazing. They are country directors, they are founders. So the Web3 industry has really given us a chance to shine as young as we may be. All we need to do is learn, take time to understand.
These, since governments controls everything, already always on our necks, these technologies that we want us to own our own money, that's what really interested me in the space. And since I started, I never stopped. I've been doing massive research, and that's how eventually I ended as an article writer at Cointelegraph. So mine is the ethos, the philosophy behind it, decentralization, and what it offers to all of us, owning our own data, and such kind of thinking.
Amazing, amazing. So you can imagine if you're studying literature, you really don't have to be a teacher in the Web3 space. You can be a writer at any of these big exchanges, and you can be telling stories about the upcoming technology.
Hi everyone. So for me, how I actually transitioned to Web3, it was when I was still in campus. So I was actually getting into fourth year, and I did a bachelor's degree in information technology, and I wanted to do a unique project for my end year, for my final year actually. So then I met my current boss, who has actually been my mentor, and he's the one who actually introduced me to the word blockchain. So from there, he gave me ideas, and I decided to build a smart contract on health insurance. So I saw a problem and I wanted to solve it, and I really loved it because, you know, when I was in campus, even my lecturers, our professors, actually didn't understand the word blockchain during that time. It was back in 2019. So that's what made me actually now to get into the space. I built my project, everything went well, and since then I've been in the ecosystem till now. So that has been my story for me transitioning from the Web 2 to Web 3.
Thank you so much, Dexter.
My transition to Web3 or the blockchain ecosystem was purely because I said yes to an opportunity. I wasn't very clear on what I was saying yes to. A job offer was available and I said yes. I didn't necessarily know the intricacies of Web3. I was very solid in Web2. I was working for one of the organizations that is building, you know, or very big in Web2 community. So I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but I was hungry. I wanted to learn and grow. I said yes, and 3-4 years later, here we are.
Imagine, as I said earlier, Web3 does not require you to have any prior experience. The spirit is say yes, and you're willing to learn. Just say that, tell them, I don't know what Web3 is, but I'm ready to learn.
My journey in Web3 started with trading. As just trying to get some money. But then when this particular challenge of how do we ensure that the data that we are getting from the farmer is in a is very secure, it's transparent, and is auditable. That's when I began the research, or how is there a system that is different from what we currently have. And I'm so glad that I went into that rabbit hole, because it has opened up so much opportunities, not just for my team, but also for the farmers that we're working with and our whole ecosystem in a whole.
Thank you so much.
For me, my transition into Web3 was actually, I was introduced to this space by one of my good friends. With this Web3, I'd say it's much more advantageous than Web2, because like the fact that it's decentralized and people can actually own their own data inside this space was something that was very different from Web to Web2, and it was kind of amazing to me. And I wanted actually to learn more about it, and yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories. As we've all learned, you being in this one room, you're one step to getting things right, or getting yourself into Web3 space. So to our panelists, I would like us to discuss on skills, learning, and adaptation. What do you think are the skills that Web2 professionals need to develop to succeed in Web3, and how can they start acquiring them?
Well, me personally, I started building on Web3 and not necessarily on Web2. For me, I started learning about Solidity. That's a skill that enabled me to build smart contracts and stuff, and enable our team actually to run the Aquapatch project. So I'd say you don't necessarily need a Web2 skill. You just need to want to know, to learn, because it's something very simple, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. As I said earlier, just to correct, it's just that most people started on the Web2 and transitioned to Web3. And lucky for the young people in this room and people like you who've just been born and grown into the Web3 space, so it's much easier for you actually. Tila.
You took the answer right out of my mouth, because curiosity is the answer. Because when you're curious about finding something better, when you're curious about expanding your limits, I think that is the key skill that is required and demonstrated by the audience here, that they're very curious to know exactly what it is, blockchain is, Bitcoin is, and how am I able to get some benefits or advantages from it. So I think that's a soft.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's learning both technical and non-technical skills. And that's just not, specific to Web3. It's for any industry you go into, right? Luckily, like you said, the audience here are already 3 steps ahead. You guys just listening to, the coding workshop you're doing, I was amazed by the knowledge that you already have. So you're not necessarily beginners, but I think it's also now taking it from the technical skills to non-technical skills. How can you present what you're building, the solutions you're building, understanding blockchain, what does it solve for, but also understanding what do customers want. Like, we need to start there before you build, before you sit in your room and build. You need to think or build that thinking capabilities of what do people in my community need, and what problem can I solve for them, case in point. And then you can then build your solutions. Learning, it's actually, we have a problem, and a good problem. There are too many places that you can learn these skills from and for free, right? There are too many people. This is the one place I've seen mentorship is huge and costs you nothing. So network, learn how to network, learn how to be in the rooms that these conversations are being had, and you will be well on your way to building a successful career or a successful entrepreneurship journey.
So maybe before you pass on the microphone, Web3 has been associated with a lot of technical, a lot of blockchain building. For you being someone in the Web3 space who's non-techie, what would you advise the young people who are non-techie, like me, like you, who are thriving in the industry yet we do not really have to understand the technical part of it?
Oh, that's a good question. My experience when I joined Yellow Card is I didn't know what Yellow Card was prior to taking on the job. I knew crypto and blockchain, but in Web 2 you talk about blockchain in a very different perspective than you do in Web 3. And it's just learning how to shift that conversation from what, and mostly what is the solution? What are they doing? We'll sit in this room and we'll say blockchain all day long. But when you get out of there and you meet a student who's in, who's doing business, design, they have no idea what you're talking to, right? But then that's the student you want to go and say, hey, did you know you can develop an FT for this design of yours that's so amazing? So it's you understanding what is the solution, does that technology do for the masses, right? So that understanding, and as non-technical people, that's where we come in. How do I interpret the solutions in a language that others can understand, and bridging that gap?
Yeah, sure. I always say that the challenges in the Web 2 and the Web 3 are actually the same. Just come up with a solution, as she said. Come up with a solution and do it. Show people that I can do this. So like you will see most coding people, they do not know how to scale beyond code. And that's why many people like marketers are here to help you push your project beyond the computer. So anyway, back to our question.
Okay, so maybe just to add on also what she has just said. Now, if you look at the Web3 ecosystem, it actually leverages on skill economy. Actually, what can you do? So if you're in Web 2 space and you're already, if you're on the non-technical side, you're already a graphic designer, you're a marketer, you're already trying to build something if it's a website, you actually, what you need to do for you to get into the Web3 ecosystem, all you have to do is just actually learn the foundations, know the basics, know the core principles of the Web3. Look at her, she was in marketing. She got into Web3 without knowing anything. So with your skills that you have already in the Web2 space, this is what will help you in the Web3 space. For me, I stopped being a technical person after I finished my project. And I've been doing community management and business development. All these things, they're actually the skills that I have that have enabled me to get jobs in different companies of blockchain companies, or the skills that have enabled me also to pass the interview. So for me, what I'll just say is that Web3 ecosystem leverages on skill economy. So whatever skill that you have now, all you have to do is just to learn the core principles of the Web3 and you'll get into the space.
Thank you, Dexter. Let's hear from the writer.
Yes, as a writer, my work is to interpret what the technical people are telling me, and then I make it known to the general population. And interestingly, these things are very easy. This wallet, this crypto wallet, act as a bank. That NFT is an asset. It's an avocado. It's nothing more. It's just an avocado. That decentralized autonomous organization is nothing more than a cooperative. So basically, all those technical terms, all those technical jargons are simply what we interact with in every day-to-day term. I think the developers are really not honest with ourselves because they come up with very complicated terms, meaning what we do every day. So my work is just to interpret that, get those stories so that everybody can understand. Where you run, we are in the internet of information. There's a lot of information in the digital superhighway. I have learned everything about blockchain online. There is also very interesting communities where everybody will come and assist you. So join the communities and you'll get assisted.
Thank you so much. So in the Web3 space, there has been a challenge of scalability and user experience. What do you think the companies in the Web3 or the projects in the Web3 can do to overcome these challenges? Scalability and user experience.
Well, interestingly, partly let me talk. Well, you want a solution that everybody can be able to use. Yes. You don't want to go and you are telling a farmer you have to have a 24-word passphrase, and when you lose it, you lose your avocado and NFTs. that farmer won't be happy. He's not even interested. You want to interact with it as simple and as easy as it is. Let's say as the process is going on, well, the developers are doing an amazing job. There is account abstraction where you can be able to interact with the Web3 ecosystem by just using your phone or your normal Web2 logins. I think there has been great development, and as we go on, as the technology matures, I think in a very short time, the common man will be able to interact with Web3 without knowing it's Web3 is interacting with. I think all support, and for the devs, we need more mind there.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think for me, when it comes to the problem of scalability, is that for the devs, they need to give the people who are non-devs or the non-technical people a user experience where people they're able to interact with their products. For example, I've used Yellow Card before, to my friend in Ghana, and it was easier and anyone can use it. Actually, for him, he's not a blockchain person. I was just actually paying him based on the job that he did for me. So it was easier. The user experience was easier. The person was just able to log in, receive the money, that's it. There was no blockchain. All these terms were not there. So it was easier. So for me, the user experience is really important, and the devs need also to consider that. Another thing is that education. You have to educate. This ecosystem is still new. If you look at the people who have actually absorbed into it, the percentage is still low, still below 10%. So for me, we need to educate and align users for them to be able to understand this technology that is coming in, for them to be able to understand actually what is Web3, the benefits. When you get into Web3, these are the benefits that you are able to get from Web3 in an easier way by giving examples. For me, the example I've just mentioned, Yellow Card.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of both scalability and user experience, in my mind, they're very intertwined. If you build a simple solution with easy to understand language and an app or a product that's easy to use, then you'll be able to get to the mass market, like you said. I always say if you can't explain your solution to a 4-year-old, you probably should rethink it.
Amazing.
I think as blockchain practitioners, we should stop thinking of ourselves as privateers and start thinking ourselves as citizens. It is our duty to ensure that this technology is scaled further. It's our duty to reduce the barriers of entry so that the people who are not conversant with the technology can be able to understand easily the jargon that we're talking about, reduce the jargon. The technicalities, 24 password, 24 phrase, reduce them, talking about how we're able to integrate with the devs, easier ways of the users to be able to understand the project.
Yeah, actually what you said was very true. The easiest way to go through with tackling this issue is sensitizing the large parts of the community, because basically if you have to just break down what Web3 is into small bits so that the people whom are not well conversant with blockchain or anything, they're able to know whatever little information they have so that they're able to interact with the blockchain or Web3 freely. Because there is a lot of people out there, if you're going to farmers, like you won't be able to explain everything about blockchain into the nitty-gritties, but just the basics and at least waweze kuelewa. Yeah.
I feel like I feel like the devs are doing their job. It's us, the marketers or the people getting out the word out there, who should simplify it to the level where each and every person will understand. Also, I think most people do not really care about the process. It's like, can I move money from point A to B? That's all I need to know. I really don't care if you build on, on blockchain or whatever. It's, are you solving my problem? So I think for the devs out here, if we are building with a solution in mind, then also it will the companies to scale easily, or your projects to scale easily. So sorry, on to our next question. Give me a minute. Yeah, so maybe for the technical guys here, what technical or strategic challenges were the most difficult when building Web3 products? Only for the devs.
The specific challenge we had was to get the accuracy of trying to represent agricultural products on blockchain. How do you represent them? There are steps that need to be taken, for example, in terms of tokenization, right? First of all, there needs to be authority to be able to tokenize, because without being able to say that this is the authoritative figure who owns this particular asset, then it becomes difficult. So we had to step that first hurdle of how do we tackle authority on blockchain. Then second was, how do now we represent it? We chose the non-fungible token because we felt it was represented not only just the descriptive nature of what we wanted to build, which was the tree, right, and the yield that is going to be generated from the tree, but also the numerical, right? It was the descriptive and the numerical. So we had to find, we couldn't work with fungible tokens. So some of these things, and beyond just that, was also the accuracy. How do we get now to say that this particular geolocation is non-fungible? How then do we convert that into an NFT? We took us a couple of months trying to figure this out, but it was tough. It was really tough. But then at the end of the day, once we were able to pull it off, then we understood the real impact of what this technology can do. We embarked on helping avocado farmers. Now this technology is used across very different crops.
Wow, that sounds complicated, but when you really purpose on doing something, you'll find all magical ways to make it work. And let me not go in the legislation of all these things. Maybe you can handle that later. Maybe let me ask you, like, why do you think in the level we are right now, there's a lot of hesitation for most people joining the Web3 industry? Why do you think that's the case?
Awareness. People are not aware of the advantages of Web3. When you're talking about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, where the first web was just read, you can just see. Now Web 2 was read and write. You can interact with the system. That was the advent of social media, advent of e-commerce. Not only could you see, now you could interact. Now Web 3 comes the read, write, and earn, right? So when you are able to make a farmer aware that what you have is not just land, this is an asset, just the data of this is more expensive than you could ever imagine. Just making them aware of that changes their perspective on how they take their data. Yeah.
So I think that from the agricultural part of it, honestly, it could be complicated because you've been growing your avocados from your grandpa's era, and then someone just comes and tells you can tokenize it. I would be hesitant as well. But from other aspects of maybe yellow card or maybe the writing, maybe what is your uptake? Maybe like when you write articles on the Web3. What are reactions of people, or are they very curious? Do they ask for more information, or how has that been received in the market?
Well, I'll first say the first question you asked was, why do you think there is hesitation on people coming to Web3?
Yeah.
And I think one of the greatest problem was the scammers landed first. The scammers landed first, and they really did a lot of mess.
Just hold on. Has anyone been scammed in crypto here? I am a victim. Anyone who's been scammed? Or at least you people are playing so safe. If you've not been scammed in the crypto industry, you're playing safe. Anyway, let's continue.
Yes, I think that is one of the greatest problem, and we have to do a lot of sensitization. Well, I have written articles even for Nation, and I really get a lot of feedback. People wanting to know, what is this that we are talking about, decentralized identity, that we can be able to vote on the blockchain. Yeah. I think there's a lot of interest, and I think the interest is good, is okay.
How many people in the room are non-techie? If you do not code, kindly raise your hand. Non-coders in the room? Non-coders? We have a lot of work to do. When these people code, it's our job to go and educate the people out there and tell them, kind of spread the Web3 gospel to make people understand the advantages and how they can take advantage of the Web3 era. So maybe with the hesitation, maybe Florence, you can tell us, I know like Yellow Card, you're doing a lot of onboarding, and I'm sure there's a lot of hesitation, especially when it comes to money. So maybe like, why do you think there is that, and how are you handling that?
I think scam and security is definitely something you really have to think about when you're building in Web3. Like he said, unfortunately, the scammers came first, and they were quite loud and promising great returns, and people fell for it. And unfortunately, and even people in blockchain fell for it. So you can imagine somebody in Eldoret, which reminds me, we once went with our BAs to Eldoret, and there was a man maybe in his 50s, and he almost chased us out of that town because we were a reminder of the amount of money he had lost. But we were able to turn him around, and we have to go to these communities, and the hesitation is we hide behind the tools we create. So if I build Yellow Card as an app and I have your data, all I do is send you messages, push notifications, but you never see a face of who is Yellow Card. Especially in Africa, trust is a huge thing, right? We're the type of people who say, I need to see you, I need to know where you live or where your office is, so if something happens, I know where to go. Even things in Web 2, e-commerce was quite hard, and I think it's still tough to pull off in this country. Thank God for Instagram shops that has kind of somehow helped, but people don't trust easily, especially with your money. So you have to really show people what have you done to make your platform, to make your product safe. So security has to be very central to what you're doing. Education and educating customers, not just how to use your products, but also how can they keep themselves safe? How do they identify a scammer? And you kind of have to keep reiterating that message over and over again. Luckily, because of the internet, I think the adoption of Web3 is scaling quite fast. People are starting to trust when we continue to tell people these are the solutions that we're solving. We're seeing a lot more people onboarded onto our platform. Yellow Card is growing faster than we can keep up with. Now we don't face as much resistance as we've been before, but also the government.
Yeah.
Really, governments have to create regulations that, or we have to work with the government to create regulations that protect ourselves, but more importantly, the citizens. So there's a lot to be done, but I think we've come a long way.
Yeah, sure. So I think when you said the government, I really would like to give it to our government. They are really interested in, pushing for people who understand it to go help them regulate this. I think that's one of the things that has put Kenya on top of the maps. And also on the adoption of the Web3, I think running such initiatives like these ones coming to the universities where the young minds and people willing to learn these things as young as they are, I think it's also a way of getting rid of all these yeah. So speaking of which, I know from the hesitation, so most people think or believe that Web3 is only crypto. That's all they know from there, and most people know the only way you can get involved in crypto is by trading, and it ends there, So maybe what do you think are the most common misconceptions about Web3, and how do you counter those to encourage the exploitation that is ongoing at the moment?
I think I'll just speak to the one that's very dear to us at Yellow Card, which is, crypto is a scam.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's illegal, by the way. A lot of people think it's illegal and will say no to working with Web3 companies or blockchain companies. But it's not a scam. It's not illegal. And just like with anything else, even banks today, I get like 1,000 messages from my bank telling me about scam and we'll never ask you for that, and emails. So I'm not sure why this scam thing is only louder when it comes to crypto.
Yeah, I think it's the way they said, scammers came first.
Yeah,
and it takes a lot of effort to change someone's perception.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I think that's the biggest misconception I know of. And also crypto is not money and it's just for investment, get rich schemes. It's definitely not. Actually, you might get broke very fast. You need to be careful when you're a trader. So it's not. It's a technology that is being used to solve real life issues, particularly in Africa where the use cases are plenty.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from the devs.
Particularly when people talk about blockchain is crypto or correlate blockchain and crypto, I tell them, imagine a supply chain where you don't know where your food came from. But if the farmer has an address that says, this is where my food came from. The transporter says, I picked this food up from the farmer at this point and this time. Then you have an audit trail that cannot be edited from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
We've not talked about money. We've not talked about cryptocurrencies. That is the actual blockchain on the use. Just an audit trail of this is where the data point started, this is where the data point ended.
Yeah.
And it is not editable and you can trust it. So when people talk about cryptocurrencies, I tell them there's another use case that we have to think about larger?
I personally think people believe that because it's the biggest pushed narrative, and also I think it's the easiest. I personally believe that blockchain could really help us in, like land registrations to voting. But do we tell marketers again? Do we tell people that? So maybe let's continue.
One of the misconceptions that we also got while we were trying to run our projects as well is people really think that it's a scam. Like it's not easy to try to make them understand, but then with a bit of knowledge that you can just instill in them, right? Like for us in our case, we use Web3 and to try and counter the pollution. We try and incentivize people when they report pollutions or when there's a beach cleanup and they can participate in it, and we incentivize them. And in that way, we can be able to actually show them that it's not exactly this from your point of view, but
our platform, the Abbey University on Scale Blockchain, he told me one thing, told me Dext, most people think that blockchain is completely anonymous, but it's only anonymous majorly when it comes to transaction. But most of the projects in Web3, they will require KYC procedures, and because of legal compliance. So that basically means that also Web3 is not entirely anonymous. Because of the story of legal compliance, there are KYC procedures. So for me, those are the two misconceptions that I can think of, yes, that we have in Web3.
Well, we have talked about Web3, but Web3, how many technologies are there in Web3? We have blockchain as one of them. We have artificial intelligence as another arm. We have IoT and all others, big data. So Web3 has so many components and so many moving parts. So I think what makes crypto take it is because now we are moving value along the digital superhighway. Something that have not been possible since internet came to place. Moving value is not easy. You can copy, I can copy my ID, that's a photocopy. I can copy something else, but we are having a system where you cannot be able to copy money. Now, that one makes it very interesting, because how comes some few ones and zeros, algorithmic codes, is worth 90,000 USD? I think that one makes people a little bit hesitant. What is this? What are these 10 sitting on my computer that is worth 10,000 USD? But then again, what does it mean when I have papers in my pocket that is worth value? So it's the issue of value that we have not been able to wrap our mind around it. And as we move on, it requires education. And as Satoshi Nakamoto said, we don't have much time to convince you. Peter.
Oh, thank you so much. I think we are coming to the end of this panel. I would request us to kindly just give us the final remarks in less than 1 minute as we wind up.
Well, I'll talk to the non-technical people and possibly anybody who wants to go into writing technical stuff and on the Web3 space. If interested, please see me. I'll show you there is a lot of opportunities. These chains don't have as many lighters and as many content creators. Please, if interested, see me. Secondly, Web3 is the future. Data, information, IoT is the future. Whichever industry, be it health, be it agriculture, be it engineering, everywhere, we are not learning away from Web3.
Thank you so much. Web3 is the future. If you don't remember anything else, remember that. Say with me. Web3 is the future.
So for me, my final remarks will be, when you're getting into Web3, you need to have the patience. You need to have one of the fruit of the Holy Spirit called patience. You know, most of the time people think that when you get into Web3, you'll get rich very quickly, but you need to have patience. There's a philosophy that I normally run with, is the philosophy of slow wealth, whereby I trust on compounding interest. So it takes time. So remember that slow progress is still progress. So be patient. The founders who are in this room can testify to it. It takes time for you to start making profit. I'm also sure Esther can testify, our guy who is running the avocado project, it didn't just happen overnight. It took time. So for me, the key thing that from this conversation is that have patience. When you're getting into the Web3 ecosystem, it will take time for you to start seeing the benefits.
Thank you so much, Dexter.
Be curious, say yes, and always stay learning.
Wow.
Wow.
Short and sweet.
Okay. After this, we are going to eat.
Yes, please.
Yes. Let us be reminded that without food, we cease to exist. And all of us know farmers. And all of us know the problem that farmers are going through. By being able to bring them into the awareness that you can be able to earn from your data. And when we're talking about Web3, Dabari talked about AI and IoT. This really improves not only just the lives of farmers, but also ensures SDG number 1, we have food security in this world.
Thank you so much, Dylan.
My final remarks would be active. You know, this space needs active people. The more you engage yourself in this community, the more you're gonna learn, and the more you're gonna be able to market yourself better as well. And yeah, just be active.
Yeah, thank you so much. My call to action is for everyone to embrace the shift from the Web2 to Web3. Web3 is here to stay, and if you don't board, then you will be left behind. So kindly, I would love us to put our hands together and appreciate our panel.
If we're visualizing a new reality here on Earth, what is the ideal state of Earth? Like, what do we actually want to do? If we could do anything on this planet, And it's like, well, we probably should just like throw a party. Here we can go, action. What do you need for that party, right? Pizza. So that was kind of part of the how we got where we are. We're gonna throw a global pizza party that we're gonna fund by selling blockchain-based NFTs of pizza. Like wanting to build towards a world where everyone can just eat. People came to Pizza Now because they wanted to bring the world together around pizza. And so having like a really strong mission that people can sink their teeth into, that was our secret. We're here at Pizza Brain, Philly's famous pizza museum. All right.
That Brave is a browser which is Web3 focused in the sense that it comes with a wallet embedded in the browser and it has a token called Basic Attention Token. Today I just came with all the baskets filled with some good things in Web3. I don't think anybody has earned bats by using Brave. Anyone who has? No. The issue is that we never had the presence of Apple and Gemini in Africa, which were the custodial wallets which Brave was using to give the bad rewards. Apparently now it's going on-chain and you just connect. Can I have the QR codes? What is going to happen is if you fill in this survey, when you scan the QR code, I want to go step by step so that I can show you how you can enlist yourself to the VIP guests for your rewards ID to be whitelisted. Basically what's going to happen is, once now your ID is whitelisted, because these are the early earners of the BAT on-chain, and it's live, and I want you to just onboard you on the rewards, BAT rewards. So as they cast the QR code, I can continue. And by the end of my talk, I'll give 10,000 guanos. By the way, who knows what guano is? Yes? Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, okay. Who knows what guano is? Okay. Basically, the BAT community, Basic Attention Community, which is run by Habazanders, have launched a meme coin called Guano, and it's minted on Solana. But as well, before you put your money, this is not a financial advice. Before you put your money anywhere, do your own research. But basically, I'm going to give some guanos to one person. Yeah. And the other thing is, I want you to enroll in this. How many people have kindly scanned these blocks away? And if you don't have Brave, you can see me. I give you a QR code so that you download Brave. Activate your rewards ID by, first of all, click on the, is it pink or the triangle at the top next to the Leo? Click on it so that you create a profile and you opt into the privacy preserving HUDs, which will just be coming randomly and not affecting, like when you're on YouTube. Still, we block the HUDs by default. So once you start getting the HUDs, the privacy preserving HUDs, what will happen is at the end of the month, you'll be getting your BATs. You connect to the Solana address. Remember, Brave have said it has a wallet with the mainnet Solana and Ethereum. So basically at the end of the month, depending on how you've used the browser and how many HUDs you've seen, because you can regulate the number of HUDs you want to see per hour, then you will be compensated for the time you've spent on the internet using Brave. That's why I say Brave will give you lifetime airdrop. Every month, just free money. How many people will be interested in that? Fantastic. So the other thing today I want to speak about is about YouTube background play in Brave browser. How many people know that when you're playing your video on YouTube and on Brave browser, you don't get ads and you get a background play. As in you can move from where the video is playing on YouTube on Brave by Brave and go to the apps and still is playing. Do you get that feature? Fantastic. How many people know about it? Okay, this is how you can activate the background play. Are we together? If you're using Brave, just click on the 3 dots on your bottom right hand. Are we there? Go to settings. Scroll downwards to media. Open media. Are we there? Then toggle all those buttons like the background play and play YouTube links. Are we there? Even say the real thing. So still, I'm somebody else. Okay, you get 10,000, the other person gets 10,000 because you've really tried. Yeah. So, who knows? Okay, so should I tell you if you don't know? Okay, it's bad shit. So she gets the all amount, the 20,000 guanos. Right. Then the last thing is, has everyone taken through the block survey? Have you done any problem, any hiccups, glitches? Then make sure you indicate the person who referred you, the ambassador who referred you is stunned. I'm stunned. So I referred you to the block rewards. And make sure to indicate your Discord name. If you are new, you can just download the Discord app and create a username. Basically, Brave will communicate with you through Discord. Thank you.
Hello guys. So, hi. I'm very loud than you guys. So my name is Timothy Agevi. I'm quite excited to speak with you guys. I've enjoyed the time we have had together. So for tomorrow, the day has finally arrived. We'll be building on Lisk, deploying your projects on Lisk, and there shall be bounties to win. Shall be announced tomorrow, so come geared. Even today, just gear up yourself after eating. Deploy. There's something for everyone. Thank you so much. Finish. Huh? Huh?
If we're visualizing a new reality here on Earth, what is the ideal state of Earth? Like, what do we actually want to do? If we could do anything on this planet? And it's like, well, we probably should just like throw a party. Here we can go, action. What do you need for that party, right? Pizza. So that was kind of part of the how we got where we are. We're gonna throw a global pizza party that we're gonna fund by selling blockchain-based NFTs of pizza. Wanting to build towards a world where everyone can just eat. People came to Pizza Now because they wanted to bring the world together around pizza. And so having like a really strong mission that people can sink their teeth into, that was our secret. We're here at Pizza Brain, Philly's famous pizza museum. All right. Pizza is a global phenomenon. It's beautiful, right? Every pizza is kind of a work of art. Every pizza is community in a box because there are 8 slices in there and you're probably not gonna eat all of those alone. This is why pizza is what I came to as this is the vessel to bring community ownership powered by the blockchain all over the world. What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna eat it. Oh. A funny thing about me is that I actually cannot eat gluten or dairy. So it is not actually about pizza. What Pizza Now does for Web3 is instead of going to people and saying, we're Web3, and we say, hey, you want a slice of pizza? So it's a really good foot in the door to say, hey, maybe there's something really interesting with this blockchain stuff. I run this Facebook group in South Philly called South Silly. And so I have relationships with a lot of the local businesses. When the pandemic hit, businesses suffered, many closed. And it made me start to think really deeply about how to change ownership structures in neighborhoods so that communities could support businesses in a different way.
Everyone brought their skills together to